Hello and welcome to the Illuvium Pro League, everybody. My name is Paz or Illumination, and I welcome you to the IPL 500. We're gonna have a co-caster right here coming up in just a second. It's gonna be Silent Syrant, and I'm very excited to cast this game with him. So we're
absolutely excited to be here. My apologies that my camera seems to have disappeared right off the rip here. It was just here a second ago, I promise, fixing it up right here. But I'm very excited to be here for the IPL 500 and excited to be casting alongside you here, Baz.
That is great. Thank you. Always, there will be a little technical difficulty, but we are ready to go. Silent is gonna appear magically in front of us in a second, and then we can jump into the pre-game show, looking at some graphs, some statistic, and looking at who made it into the finals.
Yeah, definitely going to be excited, of course, with these players. I mean, these IPLs are an absolute gauntlet in their own right, no pun intended there. But just the, like, you had the fight all day Friday, or you had two opportunities, rather, to fight all day Friday. And now, to make it through the 64 and make it here, even making the 64, I'd find a personal accomplishment, let alone top 32, but we'll get into that in just a moment, of course.
Yes, definitely. We got the best of the best here today with us, the best players in the world in Illuvium, and also some of the best players of TFT. We had a lot of professional TFT streamers join Illuvium, trying to make a quick buck, but some of them underestimated just how strong the Illuvium community has already become in this auto battler, and some pros didn't make it through, but we got a bunch of them with us in the top 32. There we go. Salan magically appeared. Hello again.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, like, I think a lot of people were taken by surprise with the complexity and with how just, well, overall fun, but how tough it actually is to get strong at this. Illuvium, of course, isn't necessarily one of those games that you can just like mash all one type and be successful. Like, yes, there are certain compositions that may perform a little above average compared to others, but it is a little bit of a mix and match. Sure, you might lean into one affinity a little bit more than the other, but you can't just go into one role and be successful. And I've seen, especially a lot of the new faces that I was playing with on ranked, because I accidentally played ranked while the sit and go was happening. That wasn't the greatest idea, I tell you that. But a lot of the newer players that I've seen were kind of going for that idea: all water, all earth, all fire. And
Yeah.
I'll give them credit, they'd get like 6. They get like 5th or 6th, and they'd hold their own. But it's such a hard way to play. And especially with these pro TFT players as well coming in, I'm sure they're a little bit more familiarized with the idea of like the mix, how the mix and match your team compositions. But even still, there's a lot of alluvials, and it's a crazy game to try and have to figure out on the fly.
Yeah, there is a lot to know, a lot to think about, and we're gonna look right now who actually made it into the top 32, at least. First, we're gonna look at the top 64 right here. It might be a little bit hard to read, but we're gonna go through it one by one real quick. So right now, we're still updating our score sheet. So let's have a look at what our top 64 players look like. Right now, we have... Well, I'm not gonna read all the 64, but...
We'd be here for a while.
Yes, we would be here for a while. We're gonna do this when we narrow it down a little bit. So, but yeah, you can look yourself right here. We also tried to collect some player data. This is still updating. So we have a lot of Brazil players. We have a bunch of German players. And maybe for you Brazilian viewers or German viewers out there, you can connect to your favorite player already.
I mean, that was one of the things I noticed when the sit and goes were first happening, and a lot more streamers were actually covering themselves playing in the tournament. The Portuguese viewers, I don't know what it is about Illuvium Portuguese, but you all are there in full force, and I absolutely love to see that. And yeah, looking forward to more and more of that here. Looking at our top 64, I do see some rather familiar faces, but at the same time, a couple of newer ones. A couple of them that I want to quickly give the shout out to from the last week was Zico Perico. We've seen them in the IPL 250. They basically swept their initial rounds, made it to the grand finals, and then blew a tire. They basically got 7th and 8th, I believe, in the last 2 rounds. And it definitely hurt to go all the way to go out like that. But at the same time, there were 7 hypes in your lobby. So that's another thing to have to worry about.
Yes, he was all alone, the only person not from the Hype Guild in the final lobby of the IPL 250. And he held his own until the finals, but then it all crumbled for him and Hype ganged up on him. And maybe instead of mentioning all the players, we can mention all the guilds that we see here. Because going from top to bottom, I see Monarch, which is a Russian guild. I see Syndicate. I see Hype. I see Atlas, which is another Russian guild. We got also Ola, which is a Brazilian guild. Very, very dominant and very good players. We also find Phantom in there with a bunch of players. We have Sura, which is also Brazilian, I think. So definitely they are representing right here. And I think that's all.
It's awesome seeing all the teams, but at the same time, I'm also very proud and happy to see all of the independent players that are just overall community members. They may not necessarily side for one team or another, but still active, part of the community, still showing that they're just as strong. And some of these players, even when they were playing in our Leviathan event a couple of weeks ago, like having that team around you, of course, to help raise your Illuvials and get them into fighting fit shape is, of course, a benefit of being a part of a team. So all these independents being able to still come out there and show their all back then was absolutely fantastic. It's awesome to see the same thing happening here today for our IPL 500.
100%. Let's swap it over to some information that we guys want to give you about the tournament so you are all caught up to speed. So right now we have, well, this is all the Illuvium Pro League. We're going to have weekly tournaments for this. This is the IPL 500 and we're going to go into detail why it's called an IPL 500 in just a second. So first, how did it happen? The IPL 500 is a 64-player tournament. We have the top 16 tournament players, the top 16 ranked players, and the top 32 open sit-and go qualifiers make up this competitive pool out of 64 players.
And definitely good to see, like, I think last week for the 250 it was just 32, but now doubling that essentially here going into this one, but a lot more players being qualified in immediately off of, like you were saying before, whether it be your ranked ladder or whether it was how they did during the IPL 250. But what that did open the door to, and people always want more open spots, and I get it, but those open spots are so hard. You have to really try your damnedest and fight to the core to try and actually get into that. Because at the end of the day, this top 64 itself was the best of the best. And then getting into our 32, which we're just getting into shortly, will be that much crazier.
Yes, so you can see it right now. You are here. So we are just at the edge of starting with the 32-player best of 2. We already have a best of 2 behind us, so we're just finalizing those. And then we're going to go into another best of 2, which then leaves us with our final 8 players for tomorrow. This is a 2-day tournament. So our final 8 from today will move on to the grand finals tomorrow, where they will play out the best of 3 to find the grand champion and see who will take home the big money.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that this is a 2-day event too, essentially, pretty crazy. Or maybe even a 3-day for those that would have had to try to qualify in on Friday, which is a difference compared to what we saw last week with the IPL 250, where sure we had the qualifier on Friday and then the whole tournament was Saturday. But having these more players, having it best of 2, basically, yes, it's going to be more games and it takes a lot longer. However, if you just have that one bad game, you're A-okay. You're not done yet. You can still fight your way back in and may the best player win.
Yes, sir. Let's look at the prize distribution right here. We have a prize pool of $5,000. That is the medium-sized prize pool. We also have an IPL 1000, which we're going to look at later, which has a prize pool of $20,000. But I don't want to take away the thunder from the IPL 500. We got 5,000 today in the mix, and we have the first place being rewarded with 2,000, second place 1,000, third place 600, and it goes all the way down to 64th place. So if you qualified for the main tournament, you are in the money. And additionally to that, we're also giving out 500 IPL points, which are just the tournament points. They will get you to the final stage, to the World Championship in December. So this is the main way.
Looking at this prize pool, it's absolutely crazy. Of course, before we're focusing on to Illuvium, I was in the college esports scene, and I would see players and teams fight an entire year for maybe how much second place is just here for this weekend's tournament. So there is definitely some pretty high value in this tournament alone, let alone this entire Illuvium Pro League. There's so many opportunities and fantastic way to put your strategic mind to the test of sorts, maybe get a nice little payday for it, but have fun at the same time.
Yeah. $2,000, I wouldn't mind that. That is a good payday. Of course, we gotta also realize and also mention that these players, if you want to be the best, if you're gonna win today, you probably put in a few hundred hours every month to get there, right? We see players with hundreds of games every month practicing. So this is for some players, for the top players, definitely has already become a full-time job. So it's not like just, oh, I get lucky, I win a lot of money. No, these players, they put in the dedication, they put in the time and the effort to really be the best of the best, and they're going to battle it out today. We're going to see who is going to take it.
No, absolutely. We've seen like many players come and go, and at the same, or across like all of esports, where they think that they go in and it's like, oh, I've played something similar to this. I can be really, really good at this. I know personally I've seen it in fighting games. Oh, I'm really good at this fighting game, so I should be able to go over into this one and be relatively competitive. And then they absolutely get the rudest awakening ever. And I feel like some of these people coming into Teamfight Tactics from Teamfight Tactics over here into Illuvium are getting a little bit of a taste of that, but some are adapting incredibly. And I look forward to seeing where this goes.
Yes, it's maybe something similar to other pro scenes. For example, in pro sports, when something looks very easy, that should look hard, then there's a lot of skill behind it. That they make it look easy, right? But it is, so much dedication behind this. And maybe in a second, we can actually look at the statistics from the top leaderboard and actually look at how many games those players have put in just in this month alone. But before we do this, we can, top 32 doesn't seem like it is ready yet. There has been a little bit of technical difficulties with the lobbies, so people are still finishing up their games from the best of 2. But until that happens, we can have a look at this statistic right here. This is what I was talking about, the top 10. Top 10. This is the ranked leaderboard right now, yes.
Yeah, so just as you can see here, in this season alone, we've got multiple players above 300, let alone like 250. So, I mean,
yes,
they've been putting in the grind, so to speak. I think I remember seeing Olays and Ariba make a post somewhere where in order to get that first place spot on the leaderboard, they essentially pulled an all-nighter on the season finale and were able to pick that up. So, I mean, we have a dedicated bunch here. It's awesome to see.
It is awesome to see. Yeah, like you said, I think Fox Spirit right here is the person with the most games with 330 games. So if you count roughly 1 hour for a game, that's 330 hours just in this month since the last reset. So that's in about 25 games. So that is a full-time job, everybody. And finally, it's paying off. So far, it has been more a passion project and planning for the future. But now we're finally here. We finally have a competitive esports scene scheduled out till December for our World Championship. $250,000 on the line in total. And yeah, I'm all up for it. I'm really happy about this.
Absolutely. The IPL was kind of that, plus the Leviathan tournament that we've seen a couple of weeks ago was kind of that kickstart that's community needed for some consistent esports competitions, because they do have community tournaments. I know a lot of the teams happen to have their own events and whatnot. They put up their own prizes. Sometimes Illuvium sponsors a little bit of prize money to that as well. But it's always been kind of small, just community. It's fun, but at the same time, you're kind of semi-competitive. But no, you can kind of see that the switch flipped recently in these last month or so. And there's been a absolute fire and drive to get as good as possible, which leads us to seeing a lot of the same alluvials sometimes, but not always. It means that people have to get creative to try and defeat it.
Yes, and the good thing about an auto battle is it's a little bit self-balancing, because if everybody goes for the rogues, I'm just gonna say that's what's gonna happen a lot today. There is less rogues in the pool, and maybe if we jump actually one forward to the most played units, and so the more people play the OP strategy, the less good it becomes and the less strong it is, because everybody draws the cards from the same pool, so it's gonna be more contested. So if we look here at the best Illuvials, maybe we can see some representation of that.
Absolutely. Even when I was doing the stream of the sit and go yesterday, it was that exact scenario happening, where the lobbies where there was one person that happened to understand the Rogue Revenant, in this instance, strategy, they took the lobby by storm and ran with it. However, as soon as there was like 3 people going for it, that's when trouble started and all these other compositions started to come on through. But as you were saying, we could take a look at some of our top used alluvial within this tournament itself, and we are going to see a handful of those rogues, specifically the slash-in. I know you get the right kind of augments on that thing. It is an absolute nightmare to deal with because it does so much damage, but yet you can't touch it.
Yeah, that is crazy. Actually, I hear from our admins in the back that the players are ready to go and they're gonna jump into 1 second, so we can talk a little bit more about the win rates of the different Illuvials. We have something for later. And just real quick, let me check. Do we see already the top 32? It might not be there fully yet, but that doesn't matter. The
right players, wrong order, maybe, but
yeah. It might be the right players. We can actually go into the 64 instead. Maybe that gives us some more information right here. And it definitely looks like we have the top 32. Everybody else has less score right here. So yeah, back to this one. Maybe you want to highlight some players.
At the end of the day, you made it to the top 32. It doesn't necessarily matter which order that you're in, unless there is a seeding system that I'm not quite familiar with.
So we are seeding by ranked points. So the best ranked players, the top 10 that you just saw earlier, they will also be having the easiest lobbies. And so if you just barely made it in and the bottom of the leaderboard, you're going to have a tougher lobby. But also, yeah, on top of that, we're also going to reset points every best of 2. So now everybody starts with a clean slate and the current score is going to be reset and everybody has the same chances in this best of 2 right now.
Gotcha. And just to clarify, that was the top 10 from the ranked leaderboard or IPL leaderboard?
That was from the ranked leaderboard, because IPL, so far we only had the IPL 250. So basically, however the scores from the last IPL, last tournament were, that's the whole leaderboard right now, yeah.
All right, makes sense. I just wanted to double check so I didn't spit out false information, but makes sense here. And I am seeing now that we've kind of trimmed this to our top 32. For the most part, I think I recognize everybody on this list now, for the most part.
Yeah, let me speed run through this. I think I got this. So we got Ola Nareba in first. We got Winnie, who just woke up because he got filled in with a spot that got free. So good on him that he made it through here. We got Anubis, Wolverine, Ola, Fox Spirit, Patch Tourist, Moo, Xicoperico. We got Frodo, Not Complain, Patat, Gusera, OOK, Grace, Ores, sorry, GM Phoenix, Alnerd, Lemko, Siren, FRK, Narkesh, The Fancy Pants, Slick Style, Just Simon, Lynx, PQP, Steigen, Deno, The Show, I'm a Fishy, Hollow, and Deus Ex Machina. That's it.
All right.
And I think
an absolute brutal list up ahead here with a lot of very, very experienced players.
Yes.
Now, one thing I'm going to be personally keeping an eye on, I want to see I'm a Fishy kind of do the 2 in a row here. Going into last week, they were very, I guess, slept on, to put it nicely. Of course, at the time, I don't think they were a part of the team. They might be now, but not just showing up. Not 100% sure there. But I believe they ended up getting second in last week's IPL 250 and basically kind of came out of nowhere. So looking forward to seeing how they end up doing, but I'm looking forward to seeing how everyone ends up doing here. We have, of course, our top leaderboard players like your Nariba, your Fox Spirit, but of course, like I said, it's a clean slate. Anybody could take it.
Exactly. So definitely the people to watch out for are Slicks and I'm a Fishy, for example, first and second place in the IPL last week. But that was IPL 250, so definitely I expect a lot of shakeup to happen. But in general, Slicks has been our top contender in the last months in our small grassroots tournament. And I'm going to be very, very curious to see if he can take it over to the big stage and actually compete with everyone and keep winning those tournaments.
Well, that would absolutely be crazy to see. It would also be very crazy to see if we happen to have another hype sweep of sorts of the of a final round or something, or in a nightmare scenario, is there a team full of, well, any team, an entire lobby of everybody in the same team? How brutal would that be? I always feel bad for a team kill, but if an entire lobby's a team kill, there's always a potential.
All right, we are in the first game right here with Vinny, Wolverine, Patch Tourist, Moo, Fox Spirit, Nareba, and SH. I'm just going to call him SH, not Sh. And that looks like a stacked lobby. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I was about to make the comment. We have Nareba and Fox Spirit in the same lobby already. And again, pretty well a bunch of people that we've seen in the competitive scene over the last couple of months. So plenty of extremely experienced players. Looking forward to seeing how this one turns out.
Yeah, and usually those early games are kind of the warm-up, right? You get some PvE stuff. Like, it starts very slow, but we are right now in the fourth round, so the PvE rounds are already behind us, and we're gonna look towards picking a weapon. So I think the most dominant weapons right now are Bulwark, which gets you an easy 5 bulwarks, which is usually very good versus rogues and just performs really strong early in general. Then we have those earth weapons, which are usually also very good, even still after the nerf. And then lastly, anything that can synergize with the rogues, so empath or the dagger.
Yeah, absolutely, because I think, well, you'll hear us probably reference rogues and revenants quite a bit throughout the stream today. And the problem is, because, like, sure, in theory, if they're going up against assassins, okay, just have something tanky enough to be able to withstand their initial burst. Makes sense. However, they also get shields too, so they're sustaining. So even going for something like a 5 bulwark, like, sure, you might sustain, but so will they, and they're just going to overall, like, out DPS you. And we'll have to see how these weapons do end up getting played through here in the next couple of rounds. Of course, you have that opportunity at about, like, way later on in the game itself to maybe make a swap if you really want to. But it's a scary position to have to be in, because if you were trying to build around your ranger, which most of the time you're supposed to, and you have to make a hard switch to try and play something that's a little bit less used, that can be a little scary.
Yeah, because either way, either you have to pivot your team, or you already plan your team towards the switch, and then you gotta get lucky and re-roll the weapon that you need. Because you get 2 chances in the game to re-roll your weapon, but only out of the pool you only get 2 more choices, so it's a very high chance that you don't even find what you need and you have to improvise there again. To quickly go over the weapons that we have seen here, I think it was 2 times the Rogue Dagger, 1 time the Water Dagger, so 3 times Rogue. Then we have on Fox Spirits the Fire Shield, Fire Bulwark, so that could go into something like Behemoth, Magma, that kind of route. And then we have 2 free Earth weapons with the Earth Scion weapon right here, which was very dominant in the last patch with Harbinger Magma, for example, or Harbinger Granite. Let's see if that comes up again. And then also a few other Earth weapons.
I mean, that was one of the go-tos in the last patch, right? Like, all these rogues would dive in, but if they're diving in onto you when you have a bunch of magma surrounding you, giving that extra damage over time while also tanking up your team a little bit. It was one day, especially players that were, like, bunkering up around a Scoriox, that was one of the ways that they would do it. However, if anything, that was probably hit maybe a little bit harder than the Rogue Revenants in regards to the nerf bat. So we'll have to see how strong that ends up going as we have Winnie and Anubis taking a battle here.
And they both are on 100%, 100 HP win streak. Haven't lost a game yet, so this is a very interesting game. Everybody else is very happy to see those two fight each other, because one of them is going to lose his lose streak right here.
Yeah, Ben, I think the numbers are a pretty tall tale here. It's Anubis going to end up falling in this one. Winnie going to stay solid at 100, and that has been the playstyle from watching them in a multitude of tournaments. when he loves to get those win streaks and take them early. But what ends up happening, it feels like they not only do they run out of gas, but all 4 tires fall off the car at some point, where like maybe you use a little bit too much of your credits early to keep that win streak, and you don't have the economy to keep going. So we'll have to see how they maybe adjusted over the space of a multitude of tournaments here. And was that a pretty heavy Earth comp so far? It looks like it.
Yeah, we got already 6 Earth, 7 Earth being the maximum threshold for this affinity right here, which gives usually a huge power spike. So it seems like I think Vinny is soon gonna invest his economy to go to level 6 and then be able to play 7 Earth. We do have somebody dropped here, so I'm just talking to the back end right now. If that was on purpose, maybe he had to go, but maybe there is a problem, and we'll see in a second. For now, we're just gonna play it like it never happened.
Yeah, normally when I see a negative 99, that's a surrender in theory, which might be, but yeah, I'm sure we'll figure out shortly what's going on. But to kind of touch back onto Earth, because of course, when you load up on a bunch of Earth for your team, you are making your team as a whole tanky. Yes, the Earth Illuvials themselves are, I believe, receive double of the resistances that go alongside it, or the mitigation that goes alongside it. But again, yeah, if you hit 7 and you start hurting them back when they hit you, that is absolutely beautiful, and it screams in theory that this should be a way to stop rogues if you're expecting it.
Yeah, definitely. And we see already a bunch of rogues coming in here also from Vinny, and we're gonna follow along a little bit with Vinny, follow his win streak, see how he's doing. He levels up to level 7, gets an Earth affinity, gets to the 7 Earth like we thought it would happen. It's just, that's the best way to keep your win streak up, and usually you don't want to invest too much money early on. You want to build up your economy, but this win streak is your economy right now, so better keep it going.
And it's very, very scary as we see the battle going on through here, because yeah, they have a bunch of Earth. However, they're all stage 1s. So there's, even though they have the tanky buffs, they're still going to have rather low health pools. But do they have the numbers and the tankiness from that Earth buff to actually get through this? And it looks like rather handedly. That poor little Ace is not going to be long for this world. Patch is going to take a hit this time.
That was a big hit as well. Down to 68 HP. It seems like, and yeah, Vinny is definitely gonna have smooth sailing for a little while longer. We can look at the other teams right here just in the overview, because that keeps it a little bit more clean. We have 5 rogues here from Anubis. We got the air composition coming through from Mu. Then we got Wolverine also with some rogues, but also some bulwarks in there, so a little bit of a mix. We got Fox Spirit still on level 5, as most people, with a very basic composition. Fox Spirit likes to play it slow, likes to stack up economy, so he doesn't mind a lose streak. He just wants the most income possible. Then we have Patch Tourist right here with 2 Berserkers and some rogues mixed in there. And then we have a Scion composition from Nareba, which is the person in charge right now of the rank leaderboard, so he must know something I don't.
Yeah, especially when you're playing around a bunch of rogues, the last thing that you want to be is a Scion or a Spellcaster of any sorts, because let's be honest, you can try to bunker your mages in, keep them nice and safe. Let's be honest, the Gorilla's going to jump on in, or the ramp fight does not care. It is going to take you down anyway, unless you are itemized or you have something to really heal through that burst damage, which is such a tough task to actually do, as we see Winnie once again here just absolutely plowing through the competition early in this game.
Yes, sir. So since we don't expect Vinny to lose anytime soon, I think he's going to take this win streak a little longer, because also this is a best of 2, right? It's all about being top 4. It's all about not finishing, like, it's not necessarily about winning, it's more about consistently performing well. So he's just going to push his win streak further and further just to guarantee him a top 4, because sometimes you roll away your money just to keep the win streak going, and you're not playing, like, if you're going for the win, you have to sometimes play more risky than that. But yeah, in this case, if you just guarantee a top 3, top 2 placement, that's what you're gonna do. So we're gonna swap over to Nareba. He's at the bottom. Let's see how he digs his way out of this loss streak.
Yeah, we got both of our players down at the bottom currently trying to hang in here. The ace got a good little carpet bomb across the entire tank line of the red squad here, but the poor little Fleesh in the background is going to get eaten as well. Slowly but surely that front line falling, but there is no attention given to that monk here. It's hanging on, and that little Chrono Flux is giving him more and more speed as we go. Good little stun there from the Groko, but because the damage was not dealt with, it's just a matter of dealing with this ace. And then on the contrary, the ace on the red side going to clean that one up.
That was beautiful. It was a tough one, a close one, and a little bit of a skill issue from the Illuvials here from Nareba to not focus the right unit and finish off that monkey. And yeah, in the end, Nareba takes a big hit, and now he's down to 57 health, at which point he has to start looking into stabilizing, because you don't want to go much lower. I think you don't want to risk it all and go too much down in your health pool.
I was going to say, at what health do you start panicking? For me, it's 50.
50, I'm starting to think, all right, it's time to slowly think of a solution. But yeah, I think panic is when you lose like 1-2 more games after 50, you're like, all right, now it's really time. Now let's get out of here. And it's going to be a tough one right here versus the Rogues. Let's see if he can make it.
Yeah, Rogue's going up against a couple bulwarks here, and the Scions. Wolverine dives in immediately. That Fleesh is going immediately to the gutter. It's not going to be able to stand. It tanks everything, even though the poor little Atlas was right there ready. But they focused the DPS instead. As we tear on through, in terms of the body count, it is actually pretty well even. All of them focus on the Groko. They do end up tearing on through. And finally, they're going to dive on in, take care of the Ranger, take care of the Axon. In theory, it should be going over to Wolverine, but this is close. Where's the splash damage from that shield? It is not enough to take a few out. So a valiant effort there for Nareba, but that is going to be Wolverine taking that one again.
He got me fooled for a second there. It looked almost as if he could come back. The Ranger died a little bit too fast. And if your two bulwarks are the last unit standing, you didn't do a great job in positioning. Usually your tanks shouldn't be the last units alive. And yeah, I think maybe if that Fleesh wasn't in the backline, instead killed by the enemy Rogues, he could have been a little bit better.
That's always one of the moments where I'm kicking myself, where I had the idea right, like, okay, I'll take a tank back and I'll have it so it catches the Rogue. I put it on the wrong side, now my Fleesh is dead, or my other Scion's dead. And it's like, just kicking myself afterwards, but at least there for Nareba, again, it was close, so the amount of damage taken wasn't as bad as it could have been. But you're definitely kicking yourself.
Yeah, and then again, it might have been like even a good thing for him if he wants to keep his loot streak going. Like, he's still on 50 HP, and the best income that you can get, the most money that you can often make, is by consistently losing and getting that loot streak money, because that's way easier to guarantee than this crazy win streak that Vinny's on right here. Let's swap actually over to Fox Spirit and see how he's doing, so we give every of our player a little bit of airtime, and so we have a little bit of an overview of what's going on.
Absolutely, but to go for a lose streak like that, you're definitely playing with fire, because you have to play pretty close to perfect as soon as you flip that switch. But let's take a look at our squads here. So Fox Spirit has a mixture of Scion Bulwark with a little bit of Harbinger as well. Meanwhile, on the red side, I do see a lot of items onto what looks like the Greater Monk here up into the very top. Dark Hollow on top of that as well. Very nice find. But I'm going to be keeping an eye on that Arctase as well. Where does that carpet bomb come through? You're dealing with a bit of a bunker, so it's awkward. You just kind of fly to your death a lot of the times. But can they get value with this?
I'm really excited to see the Arctase right here. We're gonna actually look a little bit more at the damage graph. Arctase flying into the middle of everyone, and yeah, we can see the damage. But actually, the Greater Monk here with the double Berserker right here is just outperforming, and yeah, a lot of damage here done by Patch Tourist to Fox Spirit. Crazy.
I know personally, I sleep on that monk here a lot, but yeah, you itemize it properly. We do see the Chrono Flux as well as the Valthrax, I think, there, to get it that additional piercing, that attack speed on top of it. And at the end of the day, monk here doesn't care about an ability, right? It just wants to swing its fist and swing its fist fast. So you get the right items for it, it does become a menace, even though it gets slept on quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great combination. Usually you want to put your augments all on the same unit, as we can see here. 3 augments, even if it's not perfect for the TNT, but all 3 of them on one unit, because they enhance each other. And that's especially the case on what we just saw with the monk here, with stacking attack speed plus a flat attack speed augment. It's just gonna, the flat attack speed is gonna make the stacking attack speed stack so much faster. And we see something similar happen here with the Axon for Fox Spirit, who is playing Harbinger, right? Yes, it is. And 5 Bulwark already.
Yeah, they do manage to get the 5 Bulwark, so very similar to the Earth 7 proc. Anytime that this combo gets in here, they are going to end up receiving damage every time they hit. The Ranger goes unbounded here, so a little bit of an odd spot here. Never mind, here comes, it's the Skurabak. It kind of blended into the floor for me here. Sorry about that. But yeah, this is a very, very tough squad with the additional granite as well. Kept it alive for a little bit of extra seconds, and especially when you're dealing with a lot of these high damage Illuvials on the other side, it could be the exact amount of time you need for that TNT to fire off one more shot and do some decent damage. Our Monk here is nearly fallen. It is going to end up falling here. Now it's just a matter of dealing with the tank line. Is Winnie's streak going to fall? I'm starting to see a lot of low health bars now on the green side, with the exception of the TNT. The tank is doing such a, or not even the tank, it's the Apon that's been used as a tank in this instance. And what looks like the end of Winnie Monarch's streak is going to make me eat my words. The heal coming out on the left-hand side there from that flood is doing all the difference. And it makes me eat my words. Beautifully done there from Winnie.
Yeah, we see like huge sustain coming in from Winnie with the 7 Earth, with already the Flood providing a lot of healing, and with the Times Respite augment right here, giving consistent high shields and heals to the Monkey and making it a really strong tank. So we have the Steadfast Pulse, which gives stacking mitigation, and then we have the Times Respite. I think anyone who has played a few Illuvium games has seen an Umber with this destroy your life, because it just makes you go immune, so nothing can stun you, nothing can disable you, plus it heals you, plus the shields. Very strong augment if used right.
Yeah, it doesn't inflict clumsy on you in the game, but out of the game mentally, yes it does, because you just don't know what to do at that point, because you can't kill the damn thing because you can't target it. But on the other side here, as we continue on through, got a bunch of
rogues.
Items across the board once again here. Fox Spirit.
We got 6 rogues from Wolverine. I think Fox Spirit is gonna... I think he's gonna recover here. He got the Granite. He got the... Well, now he actually got Magma. He got 5 Bulwarks. And this looks just such a good team versus an early rogue composition. Especially there's no ramp fight yet. There is not these core units for Wolverine. That's probably also why he's very low in HP. So we're gonna see if the damage will be enough from the rogues, but yeah, no way to get through those 2 Magma and 5 Earth. There comes the Ramphicast, doing a decent amount of damage, but it is not gonna be enough here. And Fox Spirit...
I mean, that Rampy did a good chunk of damage, but it is absolutely not going to be enough here. So Fox Spirit starting to get that snowball rolling the other way towards the positive, giving Wolverine a solid chunk. But in terms of the lobby itself, so New is still up there. Winnie's finally losing that... win streak. I think they just saw him a second ago drop from 100. So the fact they've gone this long without losing has been pretty impressive. But now you got to make sure that the snowball doesn't fall the other way and go down the hill.
All right. So yeah, Fox Spirit seems to have stabilized. Let's look over to Ola Nareba, who is the #1 in the ranked leaderboard right now after 300 games. This month, and he seems to be struggling. This just shows how strong our player pool is across the board. The top players can even
look at that.
have bad... Wow, we got a Monarch, we got a Ramfight. It looks like he hit his units, though. I don't know how his economy is looking like, but the board is looking strong.
I mean, with proper positioning, this round should end extremely quickly. Looking for the Monarch to take the disguise, proc that Inferno as soon as possible, if there. But then here comes the ramp fight. It's only really going to take care of a unit that was already falling anyway, but the damage is just too high. It's a matter of dealing with that polar bear, which, to be fair, is loaded up and dangerous, but this is like a 6 or 7 on 1. You might take one, but you're not going to take the game. And there we go. Nariba getting themselves on the board with a devastating looking squad.
Yeah, that looks really good. So going over his drone augments as well, we got Second Wind right here, which is one of my favorite augments as well. It's just... You know, you can play around it very well, I think. It just heals your full team for 40% max health after 10 seconds. So, for example, if you send that Monarch into all the enemies, first it's going to have that shield, then it's going to heal, then it's going to have, like... It does a lot for your team. And then we have combat, rhythm, stacking, omnivent, and attack damage. Also one of the highest win rate augments, drone augments that we've seen in the game.
Absolutely. I know I love having a force safety net as well there for the second wind. Even if I am playing something that does have healing, just expecting that I'm probably going to get nuked by a rogue. But just love to see that all kind of coming together here.
Yeah, and Nareba found a really good team in the end. We got 6 air, we got 2 shock. So it's not the classic rogue build. It is the new school rogue build where it's just an air build where you slap in Phantom and Inferno in the end. So this is absolutely beautiful. I like to see it.
Yeah, I like it too because like with this, it is just extremely positioning reliance. Like you can absolutely fly your Monarch into a wall if you're not careful, especially up against a bunker composition like we see here with Fox Spirit. I mean, this Monarch's going to dive in towards that TNT in the back, and if you're not careful, it's just going to get surrounded and popped. But at the same time, who doesn't mind being surrounded by a bunch of people? The ramp fight. So get that lined up properly.
There it is.
And you could be golden, but there is plenty of room for error as we get into this one.
Last second swap, Ramfire over here. So keep your eye out for this area right here. Ramp fight is going to lay down a lot of damage right now. Look at the health bars. And half of the enemy team is dead, which will likely be enough for Nareba to beat Fox Spirit right here.
Oh, and that's one of the crazy things just about the ramp fight in general, right? Because in all honesty, you just need one ability to go off. You don't need to have any sort of consistency with it, but you get it in the right spot, and immediately the support line, the backline DPS are all of a sudden taken down.
All right,
and it just hurts to deal with. Because
this is one of the favorite moments in the game for me as a player when my ramp fight just absolutely obliterates an enemy team. I wanted to quickly check out the instant replay right here. And let's see if we can actually... It's the first instant replay, so maybe we have to fine-tune it a little bit time-wise because it's a little bit too long. But we can analyze the gameplay here a little bit.
Yeah, the fact that you caught that is awesome and impressive in its own right. But yeah, just right off the rip, this isn't a bad spot. Like, sure, it didn't puncture the bunker, but it's still far enough in that the Omega ability can reach the back line, and specifically everybody around the edges just gets popped. And it's like, okay, that's nice. I have maybe a tankier support and then my tanks, but you're not going to be able to win just off that.
Yes. It's just a thing of beauty, I think. And it was in a perfect position, to be honest. He hit all the enemy team, so definitely can clean up that bunker positioning a little bit. I like that word, by the way. I'm going to steal it. Usually I've been referring to it as corner positioning, but it is kind of a bunker. It describes it very well. And we see right here Nareba taking another win, going on his win streak right now.
Yeah, this is actually kind of close still. Don't sleep on the Ranger, apparently. It's very, very easy to forget about them. But that thing's a lot of damage, actually. That was so close, actually. I did not expect that to go that close.
No, me neither. I was already writing him off. But yeah, 8,500 damage here on the Ranger with a Ramfy sitting in second place with 5,000 damage. So definitely you can see the damage difference when you go for rogues and not for those 6 air shock. It's a little bit, yeah, the Ramfy packs a different punch.
And that was the hammer, right? So that's an empath.
Yeah,
in theory, right? Or was that the Maulers? I couldn't quite.
No, there was the rogue. Yeah, it does look like the old empath weapon. Yeah, but it's the Earth rogue exactly.
Bingo, thank you. Yeah, damn, that was a lot of damage. All right. Winnie now in this one, going against one of the OL lane members here. Looking at this front line, here comes the Monarch once again. Decent little cut across the tank line, but so far the only real target was able to get a value was the TNT. There's the ramp fight as well. Gonna be doing a decent chunk, but overall a very, very even back and forth battle. Monarch gonna get out of dodge once again, leave the Clinks in the dust, or the Gassatep. Leave it aside. Here comes the ramp fight again, but there's just too many bodies at this point here, and I think Winnie's gonna take this unless the Monarch can perform a miracle, which I don't think they will.
Wow, we got a Gazy already, the Forus. We are in the late game, it looks like. A lot of more units on the board. I like it.
I was going to say, was that 1 HP there for Nareba? But no, not quite. But still, they've got to be in the hot seat at this point now.
Yeah, Nareba.
Spirit and Nareba.
Oh, both on 16 HP, which is pretty much last life, right? If they lose one more time to a big enemy team, they likely gonna take lethal damage, or maybe survive with 1 or 2 HP. I've seen Fox Spirit win tournaments with 1 HP, so never count him out. But it's definitely looking dire for the bottom half of the lobby right here.
That must have been an exciting day. I wish I would have been able to cast that, because that is not something you see too often. But yeah, Nariba fighting for their life here, going up against Moo. They immediately dive on in, trying to get rid of some of the CC there from that Quinks. Does manage to take it off the board as the Monarch flies away. Good carpet bomb across majority of the front line. That ramp fight's a little bit off, but it is going to get some value off to the side. Squeeze in the back line, just constantly peppering down with the lightning. Once again, I think we've seen this before. It's just a matter of dealing with the polar bear. But at the same time, there's a polar bear on the green side too, and that is going to be Nariba hanging on in there, taking a chunk out of Moo.
Yeah, Leaky Run right here in the chat pointing out that it's an interesting decision to have the legendary augment on the Monarch instead of the ramp fight. I agree. I think maybe it would be best to swap them around depending on the enemy team, because Monarch is more sustained damage, I guess, and also good versus fighters. And for example, versus something like Behemoth and stuff like this, it would be better to have that sustained Monarch damage with the lifesteal and flying away again. And yeah, it's a different type of positioning you have to make work with them.
Like, on one hand, it like makes it a little bit more fail-safe, because like I was saying before, I do feel like the Monarch is or the ace line as a whole is a little bit more prone to just flying in and dying, which then having that untargetable while getting the attack speed does definitely benefit it. But at the end of the day, again, with the ramp fight, you just need one ability to go off to change the entire round. So kind of guaranteeing yourself that it's going to go off is quite nice. But I see value with both. But I agree with Chat in this instance, though, that in theory, I'd probably lean a little bit more towards the ramp fight. Yeah,
and just as we said, we see a redo of the augments right here. And we actually finally have an Omega Power augment on the ramp fight. And yeah, I think it's always very sad to see a ramp fight without damage augments or without Omega Power augments just not doing enough damage, because bringing the whole enemy team to half-life is not going to cut it. A ramp fight is built around one-shotting, and if it can't do that, yeah, you might as well not play it. So always like to see him be fully augmentized.
Absolutely. You need to find a squishy, and you need to at least make sure that you can pop it to the point where like the next attack, or maybe 2 attacks, can take it down, if not blow it up immediately. Otherwise, yeah, it's definitely losing out on a lot of value, especially since a lot more of these team compositions are relying on some additional sustain to keep themselves, and some additional tank to keep themselves alive here. But you're taking a look at these drone augments. What are we looking at?
Yeah, first I was looking at the drone augments, and then I saw it's Nareba with 16 versus Patch Tourist with 5 HP. So I'm already getting anxious for our players here. It could mean the last round for one of these guys. Definitely for Patch Tourist if he loses this one. And he has Omnivamp, Lightning Speed, and Combat Rhythm. So definitely very good augments for the Rogues right here. We got a Vermilia, we got a Rake fully augmentized. So this is the main carry that we see. Also, we got Inferno here with Vermilia. So really good team from Patch Tourist.
Yeah, in theory, it could go very quickly dealing with all of these rogues, and so far it's been looking rather healthy for the green side, for Nariba in this instance, but now it's just a matter of dealing with the tankier ones. That Rake's still there, and it does have the untargetable. That could do something silly if it's not careful, trying to deal with the Mammoth, but it is going to fall, and we are going to see an elimination.
We are, and
hang on for a little bit more.
Patch Tourist knocked out Nareba, able to hang on. Anubis now down in last spot with 4 HP. And yeah, Fox Spirit and Nareba suddenly 3rd and 4th. So they have been doing great.
All right, so if I lose, or if I start getting anxious at 50, at 4, I am losing my mind, because I am frantically moving my alluvials as we have the instant replay of the elimination here for our player from the last round.
Yes, we have a little bit a shorter waiting time. We have our cameras here, and we see what's gonna happen. I think, yeah, just the Monarch doing a great job. It's hard to say. Is it maybe the 6 air that makes him dodge so much versus the enemy rogue? that makes the difference here.
It's definitely helping. God forbid, especially with rogues, you're watching out for crits, right? So the fact that they're dodging what could have possibly been like a high chance of crit is extremely valuable, and the fact that those Illuvials are staying on the field for just those couple extra seconds longer or permanently is definitely a scary thought, as the possible elimination of Anubis is here. Winnie leading the charge, trying to take them down. It's all up to the Penguin. The deal versus 3, finds one, finds 2, finds a third. Beautifully done. This Penguin's just cracked out. You can't steal with it.
Oh my god, stacking up Omnivamp, just healing itself while one-shotting the enemy units. That was insane.
I wonder, did Anubis have Frost? Because it looks like those Illuvials literally just stood still and let them slap it. But it's just the fact, again, that the Penguin line in general is just so fast. Not just movement, but its attack speed is so fast. You itemize towards it. It is absolutely like ridiculous. Death by 1,000 cuts for sure. As we now have 2 of our top players playing, and then Anubis, of course, still hanging on. A few players hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, I'm not sure who to watch, but we're locked into here with Fox Spirit. If we see Fox Spirit winning, then we're just gonna swap over to someone else. Fox Spirit now with one of my favorite Illuvials, Mammoth right here. It's glorious, it's beautiful, it's a huge freaking Mammoth.
The fact that it just yeets the other Illuvials right into its own team and stuns everything in that area is absolutely beautiful. And we see it doing a very good job holding the line, sending the Goliath directly into the healer as well, which is going to buy enough time for one of the green Illuvials to fall. But that forest on the left-hand side, sure, it is getting dropped down to about half, but it's been able to sustain for the most part. Just flirting with that quarter health mark, but there's not enough damage here on this red side. Everybody else has just been firing onto this forest that's been doing nothing but healing it right back. And that is going to be the win there for that green side. That's going to be it for Fox Spirit.
And also Moo got knocked out in the same round. So we have our top 3 already in the first game here in the best of 5 with the top 32 players. So there is a lot of other games going on right now at the same time. And we have one more game after this best of 2, and then we have our top 16 players already locked in, where we have another best of 2 before we have our final 8 for the grand finals tomorrow. And we're watching Anubis right here with his samurai slashing Penguin right here.
The fact that it was so deadly and it still has a slot for another augment is kind of just ridiculous to think about. We're going to see them dive on through here. Slashing's going to immediately start trying to take out the geyser, get rid of the healing on the side of Winnie. But by doing so, it is leaving a lot of Illuvials essentially left alone. Ramp fight takes to the skies, but I don't really think it really took anybody down. It's very, very close to falling itself. Winnie has been able to tank this, and there is the deer. I didn't even see it in the center there. It's just Pepper and doing a bunch of damage, but it's also probably one of the better healers in the game, keeping the team sustained, everybody holding the line, and that is going to be the end of Anubis here for this first round anyway, falling in third.
Yes. Great positioning here on third, just closing out after Nareba, who also got winner right here with Winnie and the Adorius as the main carry, it seems like. So he had, in the end, 4 Mystics on the board with the Apon, the Gazier, and the Adorius and the Ranger. So huge composition with the 7 Earth, 3 Granite, 3 Bulwark, and Forus as his main carry, damage-wise.
Double Apex Supercharger onto that deer. Those heals must have been absolutely out of this world here. That thing is, of course, it's not necessarily a damage ability, but of course, being able to put that all towards your heals, letting your forest and letting the rest of the team go wild. Absolutely ridiculous. A fantastic choice. I know personally, whenever I get something like that, I'm always thinking damage, even if it's putting on my TNT, which, let's be honest, is probably kind of useless in this scenario. Like, oh, Omega Power, I want more damage. No. Stay alive. Keep everybody alive.
Yeah.
And a beautiful choice there from Winnie, taking that win streak and basically leading this lobby from start to finish.
Pretty much, yeah. And he finished with 71 health in the end. So,
damn,
very well done. Nareba able to close it out second. In second, it is also very interesting and very impressive after falling so low so early on with his lose streak. And yeah, there you got it. That's game number 1 for this lobby. And we're gonna kick it back into the studio where we soon gonna be joined by our third caster for the next 2 games.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it there. And yeah, the fact that Nariba was able to get second after being like knocked to 30 health or even into the 20s for so long, there's many instances where they absolutely could have been eliminated. But again, pulling the trigger at the right time, found the Illuvals that they were looking for, had that Inferno kind of combination there with the fully loaded up Monarch as well as the Ramp Fight, opting again to rely a little bit heavier onto the Monarch too, and not just the burst damage from the Ramp Fight. But it came in clutch, able to get them up that board nice and high. Beautifully done.
Yes, sir. All right, while we are waiting for our third caster to come on, we're going to kick it over into the break screen for a minute, and we'll see you back in just a second. Go nowhere. And we are back right here with Folky on the desk, joining us right here. Welcome, Folky. Nice to have you here with us.
Glad to be here. It's always exciting.
Yes, sir. And yeah, we just finished the first game of the best of 2, and now we're gonna wait for all the lobbies to finish before we go into the second game of the best of 2, after which we have the top 16.
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
And we get to save you from admin duty for a little bit. Get to bring you into the casting booth. How are you excited for this IPL 500?
Yeah, I gotta note out the games I've been watching. I think like that first one lobby that was packed up with the top 1 and 2nd seed. That was Fox Spirit and Ariba, but Winnie just took that lobby out of them. It's crazy.
That's perfect. We've watched the same thing. That's perfect.
Yeah,
it was beautiful. Yeah, crazy how dominating he was, huh? And with such a normal composition too, nothing fancy, 7 Earth, just a lot of sustain with Bulwark into then just Mystics to close it out.
Yeah, that Adorito was beautiful right there, right in the middle, just doing its job, like casting that heal against that slashing that was the main damage dealer of the opponent of the 2nd place, and just couldn't against it. And just had one damage deal, 2 damage dealers, I think, and 7 empath. You know, they do their job.
It was definitely nice seeing them be able to hold the line so strongly and not just let the slash in run away with the game. But again, there was still a little bit of wiggle room too. The fact I think I pointed it out that slash at one point still had a 3rd augment spot available. So the fact that there was still room for more power on that thing was scary. But even like seeing the Adoris, I had made the comments because we had seen it on a graphic earlier that it was usable. I'm like, I feel like I don't see that thing. Why does anybody go for that thing? That is exactly why we go for that thing. It kept the line held. It did a fantastic job of holding the line. And I would not be surprised if we see more of it throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and I was surprised, and I was a little bit sad to see the slash in like let him like lose the round with a slash in with only 2 augments. Like it feels like the slash in deserved more and deserved 3 augments to give it its best shot. But yeah, that's how it happens. And I just pulled up the win rates right here because we were talking about it. I wanted to look into the Illuvial win rates a little bit more. Are you surprised, Folky? Titanor in first?
It's crazy. And it's things that we have not been seeing too much on the tournaments. Everyone is focusing on the that they say it's like broken revenants and everything else, but I've seen some crazy comps that have been crushing the revenants and being Titan or Adorius is slashing up there, right up there. It's anyone's game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, some of them are pretty obvious, tier 5, stage 3, Titan or Adorius. I'm still surprised that we don't see, you know, Ophisto, Dual F, or let's say Rampfire up here more. I guess they're more niche compositions. Slashing in third. Then we got Seer. Then we already got the Vermilier coming from the Revenant meta of the last patch. Mammut as well from the Harbinger meta. And then Adorado and Goliath again right away. So they are really cornerstones of many compositions, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess with the Adorado as well, and then the Goliath as well, there's a term that I kind of steal from trading card games, but just splashable. Like, no matter which team composition I'm running, I don't really mind having a Goliath. I don't mind having an Adorius per se. If I have an extra slot that I don't know what to do with, I don't mind it kind of fill in that spot. So I'm pleasantly surprised here to see them being used like that often, but also getting solid results as well. Because let's be honest, like 36% win rate is not too shabby at all.
Yeah, but compared to the 50% of Titanor, that is crazy, down to the Goliath.
Oh, you get a Titanor, you're in a godlike position.
Yeah, you so hit any stage 3 T5 Illuvial, you are making it right up there, top 3, definitely. Because that's
unless you don't protect
your hard to get. Yeah, but you're still getting top 3 over there if you could hit that thing. Those things are powerful. They're just powerful.
Yeah, interesting statistic could be top 4 rates because Titaner probably has 100% on that. And then interestingly, also I think is in the bottom left corner we have the Axon with it's a tier 1 Illuvial just popping in there. Again, coming through from the Harbinger meta, I think. And yeah, that's the only tier 1 or tier 2 that we see on this in the first 15.
Another very splashable tank, which again, because I feel like nobody is intentionally going for water right now. They just feel rather underwhelming. But of the water alluvials, Axon does definitely stand out. And the fact, of course, like you said, it has that Harbinger class on top of it to be able to buff out your other units and being an absolute menace is definitely valuable and interesting to see. Yeah, even though it's a tier 1, it's still up there.
Yeah, and then we can also have a look at the augments right here, which, I don't know. Do you think that's surprising, Folky? We got Chronoflux in first. Have you used it a lot?
Oh, not much. I mean, I am more of an intuitive player. I mean, I kind of see what they're in there for. That's what I was like trying to. Every time I watch, I try to see what people are using each augments on, and that's how I go to. I'm like definitely more casual than these beasts that go or you guys. So yeah, I think yeah, attack damage stacking. Yeah, is this the Scion imprint?
So
Or the damage dealing, the Chronoflux. Which one was the Chronoflux? If I don't see the.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't know. I'm very sorry. Yeah, without the image, I know, right? It's very hard. So we got attacks grant 2 stacking attack damage. So for every, it's the red one. I'm exactly the same. I don't know any names of those augments. You can see it on the video ninja screen maybe a little bit, but it's really bad quality. Yeah. But yeah, it's the stacking attack speed. The second one is also stacking attack speed.
Yeah, is that like the green one that goes into a vortex?
The red one which goes into a vortex. Yeah.
Or red one. So.
I feel you, man. I feel you now. What I found really surprising in third place is Mindstorm. Combat start gain 5 energy regen for 4 seconds. Afterwards gain 10 Omega power. I've never been really using this. I always pick the Apex Supercharger first with the flat damage. So I was surprised to see that, but after I see it, now it kind of makes sense. I don't know.
Where I personally see it a lot is for anybody ballsy enough to actually go for the Alfie line. So that big old water cannon from the corner to corner.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens to line up, especially for some of these teams that are playing bunker to try and deal with rogues, obviously the more everything's closer together, the more thing that beam is hitting. So you want that out there quickly before any real heals start. If you can get the Mindstorm, get that first initial cast off extremely quickly so that your tank line and your other DPS can knock some of the front line down, or maybe if you're even lucky, take down a backline DPS, it's extremely valuable. And then stack it with the Apex Supercharger like you were mentioning as well, and it's just absolutely nasty. But even the Squeeze can kind of pull that off as well with or the Ophisto.
Yeah, that's true. Really quick, we're going to look at the leaderboard right here. We have a little bit of an update. We see Holo with 21 current points. So this is with both best of 2s. This is not just after one game. By the way, our scoring system is the same as always. First place gives 8 points, all the way down to last place 1 point. It's a very linear scoring system. But yeah, Holo in the first. I'm surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely very surprised, but at the same time, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just makes everything that much more excited as we go into eventually our second game of this first, or of our best, of our round of 32.
Yes, I'm just gonna try to pull up the scores on my side. Yeah, he won his lobby basically. We just had one game, and yeah, he has been doing great. Everybody has finished. Players are getting into their second game right now. We're gonna pull up the lobby code, and we're gonna go over to our second game.
No,
let's go.
That's what it's all about.
Let's see if we can find it. We should be alright, I think. Yes, there it is. We lost Toki.
You lost me? I'm
there.
here.
There you are. Sorry, you were off screen for a second.
Oh.
All right, we are
He
in the
lives.
game. We are in the game with Slicks, Alnerd. We got Narkesh, Lemko, Siren, the Fancy Pants, FRK, and Style.
One thing I want to bring up immediately, of course, the region. We're at Brightland Steps. We got a bunch of extra health. We're starting at 130 this time.
Oh, we do. You're right. It's going to be a long match, and I like it a lot. Brightland Steps, because it just gives me that extra time to really build a crazy composition. You really can take your time at first. You don't need to invest any money until you're at maximum income with 70 gold. Sorry, there it is. We
There
never
we are.
transitioned. So yeah, we got
Oh,
that
thank God. I
Brightland
thought it
Steps.
was on my end. I thought it was on my end that I
No, it
wasn't
was on
seeing
my end.
anything. I was like, what?
What do you mean you're
What
not
am I doing wrong?
Where are you? We lost you, Toki.
Again.
So I like it a lot. The 130 HP gives me time to get my maximum income and then really get to a final huge composition, whatever I want to build.
I mean, lets those people that want to play for loose streaks have that much more extra leeway, too.
Yep.
For the ones that don't want to, that are not going for the loose trick, but find the loose trick like myself.
I was just about to make that comment. You and I are on the same page there.
You don't find the loose trick, it finds you, you mean?
It finds
Exactly.
me. It always finds me.
Yeah, that's good. You just gotta accept it and not fight against it, and just welcome the loose trick with open arms. And it is one of the strongest things you can do if you manage to pull it off. It's just very risky.
Just
Yeah,
accept your
have to
fate
get
and play
good.
with it. One thing I want to point out real fast, LMNKO from Team Atlas, they already have a polar bear. Isn't that thing like a 2% chance to pull a tier 4 at all? Let
Yep.
alone that one?
Not a
That is
lot.
absolutely ridiculous.
That's gonna help him a lot in this early game. Wow, what does he have? Are we looking at 5 units here already? God damn, we're talking about loose streak. He's pushing his whole money onto the board.
Rolling fast.
Yes,
Big
sir.
spender.
I mean, I get it though. If you do happen to get that polar bear, you're going to want to level that thing up, and you're not going to be at least likely to find any of them at these low levels, right? In theory.
Yes, I mean, he made it happen. 2 fighter, a bulwark, 2 scion, a lot of damage here on the side of Lemko. With, as always, the Lynxes are leading the charge. We got even 2 Lynxes here from Slicks. And it's gonna be enough. Slicks also leveled up to 5 because they're both still sitting on 130 HP. They want to make this lose streak last, this win streak last. And it's gonna get down to the wire. Flish versus Flish right here, ladies and gentlemen. Hands off. That's cinema. One more laser. Oh my god, Lemko takes it.
That was
Wow.
a flip coin right there. That was a flip coin right there. Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that was amazing.
That was close. And since we got a PvE round, let's watch the replay. Instant replay right here. Let's see if that works. I also gotta... Gives me time to pull in a Folky right here.
Yeah.
Where are you, Folky? Come in here.
No, that was absolutely
me
incredible.
around,
That was down
moving
to
me
like the last couple, 1 or 2%.
I think we're double now. And we're almost there at the legendary moment. It was close. No way that Lemko pulled this off, actually, because... Yeah, it was just, well, a coin flip in the end, right? On 5 HP or something, 1 last laser. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
A purple fragment could not save you.
What augment would you go for if it was you right now? Because they're in the carousel round. Very important. Very important is this full augments that you're getting.
At least personally, I think that Alnerd had the right idea, just getting something that I would consider pretty splashable You throw that Essence Siphon onto pretty well anything and just be able to boost your energy production. At the same time, something tanky might be nice.
Yeah. I usually look first on what's the most cost the Illuvials have. So then I can also get the most money while I get the best augment. But then for example, Slicks right here, he went for the 1 cost for the Archie, even though the same item was on a 3 cost because he needed that Archie to make an Arcos and extend his, well, he doesn't have a win streak anymore, but I guess he wants to keep winning, keep pushing his advantage, and it's all about top 4. It's not about winning, it's about not losing and just having a decent finish right here in the second game of the best of 2.
Yeah, and that's what Slick showed last week. He was not in the top positions during the whole competition, but in the end, he just like took it home. Steady. It's just about getting into that final lobby.
I'm just finding the big value where you can, and one of these Illuvials that is finding some pretty big value, even though it's probably the one that's supposed to be getting hit. Right now, that Lynx is just not dying. They're all going for the Archos instead, and it's going to allow this Lynx to just clean everything up. So, I mean, calculated? Not sure, but we're damn well going to say it is. Beautifully done from Slicks.
A classic, right? That is beautiful.
I love Arcos. It's like, when I don't know what to do, I go Arcos and Kuka.
I never play Kuka. Maybe I should start doing it.
I love the Kuka. He's just there. He takes damage. You give him some attack speed, and he just deals some damage, and he's just like tanky and damagey.
Yeah, because also the ability, right? It focuses a unit, and that unit receives extra damage. That's really good as well.
Yeah,
plenty of utility on that thing.
And I've been seeing a lot of good comps that are throughout this IPL 500 today that have a lot of Tempest in it. Like good high-end people are gotten in the first top 3s. I've gotten some Tempest 7 Air. So it's definitely, you're getting your money's worth with the Kukas and the Mammoths.
Yes, sir. Chat, let us know how you like it. We are live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, by the way. Also on Facebook, if you prefer that, or if you want to share it with your grandmother and show her how good you're performing today in the IPL 500, where we play it out for $5,000.
$5,000 for a weekend's work.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
Yep.
And I think there's a whole, like, another couple months of this, which is absolutely beautiful.
Yes, we have an IPL 1000 coming up in just a little bit over a month, where there's going to be $20,000 on the line. And the whole IPL Season 1 has $250,000 as a prize pool. So the main event has $150,000 as prizes, and it's just ridiculous. People can really make a fortune here, can make a living, and some people, as we said, treat this game already like a full-time job, and some of them are very successful.
It's absolutely crazy to see as we continue to watch Slicks just kind of tear through everything alongside that Lynx and Archos completely loaded up. Finally, it's starting to kind of get chunked down here. The Empath Shield, though, is going to keep it alive. It's just a little bit of a wet noodle fight now into the corner as the tanks just kind of take it for each other. Fleesh fight once again. This one is so far right into the corner, trying to take care of that Fern Knight, or the Fern. Could not deal with it, though. But you're just seeing the consistent healing and the overall tankiness from Slicks doing a fantastic job. Granted, this red squad is holding their own for the most part. Just got to deal with the Ranger, deal with this Fern. That thing is attacking pretty quickly, but I think the overtime pulses will seal the deal. There it will.
I love the word wet noodle fight. It's just, I picture that in my head.
Beautiful.
It's a great one. All right, we got a little bit of a Guild Wars in here. We got Hype versus Phantom, it looks like. We got 1, 2, 3 Phantom, and we got 1, 2 Hype. All right, never mind.
I mean, that's still quite a few, and it's still cool to see, so that it's not at least a bunch of team kills, but a little bit of
Yes.
Guild vs. Guild, so to speak. So this is cool to see as Hypes takes care of, or Hype vs. Phantom, FRK vs. Slicks.
Yes. I'm gonna go really quick through the compositions so we have a little bit of an overview here. So Slicks is building a classic nature build with 5 bulwarks and 2 Aegis already unlocked, which made him go on a win streak in the end after losing 1 round. And now he is leading the charge. Then we got Narkesh right here with the Earth plus Nature, also Bulwark Empaths, very similar build. We saw them just battle it out. We got Lemko next with Harbinger already activated. And also a very tanky build, a bunch of Bulwarks on the board already. Mr. Fancy Pants himself is playing 3 Earth, already 2 Dust activated, and that is usually the trademark of a good composition early on if you manage to get a composite synergy live with your Ranger. And then real quick, we got Allnerd with Fighter Berserkers, we got Style with Granite already, and also 5 Bulwarks. We got FRK going towards Airs and Rogues, so not many Rogues so far, very Bulwark dominated. And then lastly, we got Harbinger Bulwark, also for Siren.
This is scary though, because the Fancy Pants in particular, from watching them play in a couple of other community tournaments, they're relatively new to me, but if there's one thing that they already know how to do extremely well, it's Rogues. It's not necessarily Rogue Revenants, but like some sort of mixture of Rogues. The fact that you said that, yes, not very many people are playing Rogues, but Fancy Pants has Rogues, has 7 of them, has Predator, I believe, already unlocked as well. And let's be honest, it's just a matter of time before they happen to find Revenant. If nobody else is going for it, they're going to be one of my players to watch here in this one.
And that Ombre is a powerful carry.
Yeah.
Powerful carry. I've seen, I think Anubis carried with Ombre to qualify for this round.
Yeah, I still have nightmares from Umbers with times respite plus lifesteal. Like, it can get very crazy, unkillable, if you find the real legendary augments and find an Umber. But
hunger.
Usually it's contested.
And the hunger, right? What is it called?
Eternal Hunger.
Yeah. That thing on that Umbre is just ridiculous. So.
Yep.
Well, you mean I'll just stack this thing with energy regen, so it just keeps popping in and out of the smoke and just becomes permanently untargetable? That's not a thing, actually. Don't trust me on that one, but that'd be really fun.
Plus permanently immune, plus stacking with the. Does he have it? No, he doesn't have it yet. The drone augment with the stacking attack damage and Omnivamp. That would be on top of that.
That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, we're looking good here for Fancy Pants.
I do. He's a crazy strong opponent. Every time I find him in rank, he always trashes me.
Oh, look at this though.
Trash me, but.
Yeah, up in the very, very top, we see that completely evolved stage 3 Firelings. It's holding the line versus 2 of the Rogues, but the rest of them kind of diving in on the bunker on the other side. The TNT is completely loaded up with items. Pop Shot coming on through in here in just a second, but it's not able to take anybody. Can they get the damage reduction in time? They're going to be able to do so. It doesn't matter if you're blinded, if you're getting shot by a missile, but it is going to barely go down. Less than 10% on both.
That was closer than expected. TNT, such a powerhouse in those dual situations versus just a few units. And yeah, barely able to do it. And Fancy Pants goes on to a win streak just below Slicks.
That was so close, my goodness.
All right, do we have time for a quick replay? I need to still fine-tune them. Now we have at least all 3 of us
30
here.
seconds.
All right. I
mean, that Lynx tried. It tried to hold the line so long. So at least that the Lura wasn't able to just like mess up the spellcasters in the back, but just couldn't hold it long enough.
That's it. I think we are almost back to life. But yeah, that Lynx is one of my favorite. The stage 3 Lynx, such a beauty. The Lynx artwork, I think one of my favorite in general. I have my display right here in the back. And we're gonna watch one more time the Fancy Pants action versus the corner composition versus the bunker. And he's locking in his own penguin, which always hurts my heart.
It's stuck. It can't actually swing right now. It is not moving at all. It's been getting no value with all of those augments that entire time. Is it going to matter? Because at the end of the day, this is a Penguin completely cracked out on augments. We'll have to see in just a second, but you're dealing with a very strong bunker composition. An absolute heartbreaker here for Fancy Pants. They all jumped into a wall, trapped their own Penguin, and there goes the win streak.
It might have not been enough anyway.
Who knows? So that's the edge of the sword that you're playing when you do the rogues. I've seen it plenty of times. If you trap them, or they purposely trap you in between some empath, right in the back with those big damage dealers. You get 10 seconds, 15 seconds out of them, and then that just gives the match away.
Yeah, especially in that mid-game scenario where you haven't unlocked the ramp fire or the ramp fight yet, and you cannot really punish the corner composition yet. That's a really good window. And the early game and late game is really good for Rogue, but the mid game can be quite tough versus all these bulwark builds.
Absolutely, I mean, Exhibit A right there.
Yeah, I also saw it on Winnie that you guys were watching last game, that he just trapped that slashing with the ebb or with the geyser, I think, and he just let him stay there for like 10-15 seconds without doing anything too. It's just keeps the match away.
Then you put like the Goliath on the other side of the board, so it shoots its stun to the slash, and like you just need a few stuns on it as well, and yeah, it doesn't have time to lose.
Definitely requires a ton of attention though to just be dealt with, which at the end of the day is just so critical. You focus too hard on it, then you leave yourself exposed for other spots in the battlefield.
We just came back for the wet noodle fight once again. Lemko versus Slicks here. And we got, well, a very strong Furiox was in the last fight. We got main carry here for Slicks Fur Knight. And also a ramp fight, so bringing everything to the fight. Versus, yeah, Lemko having some fighters right here. Going for the Behemoth build, it looks like.
Slicks on the bottom left does also have that Fur Knight completely loaded up as well. Gonna basically turn this thing almost into a carry of sorts, and the ramp fight is basically untouched at the same time. The tank line here for Slicks is probably just too much. Does the bear get the shield, or did it already get the shield? I think it might have already gotten it, so it will slowly but surely end up falling here, and the numbers game is just too much. And that Fur Knight, again, was just left completely untouched to run amok with that round. In fact, leading the charge damage-wise, over 7,000 compared to the 5 of the polar bear.
Yep, if you...
That was a naked run fight. That is very interesting too.
They still got the job done.
Yes, sir. We got a little bit of healing coming through on Slicks' side, but it was mostly the tankiness and mostly just the Fur Knight being untouched with those 3 augments. We have one time the additional 1% max health pure damage with attack speed and attack damage. Here Omega power and damage amp, and then again Void Cleaver with triple damage. So really good augments for the Fur Knight.
Definitely huge too when you're going up against a team that was also so many bulwarks, just having that extra percentage damage. Coming in clutch.
And yeah, now the rogues come in. They're gonna be met by those 5 bulwarks. It's a trap. The Arcos is not gonna be really in range for the heal, but it's gonna be enough, I think. I don't think there's gonna be enough power on the side of the rogues to punch through those 5 bulwarks, especially with a ramp fight loading up its Omega right here. There it comes.
Yep, pops to the skies. So close, but not this time.
That almost feels unfair. Slicks is playing all the good stuff from the healer bulwark composition, and he also throws in the best units from the rogues because he just found a ramp fight. And yeah, you gotta play what the game gives you. He's doing that. All right, who should we watch? Should we swap down to the bottom of the field? See how
Please, I want to see my boy Siren.
Oh yes, Siren so happy to be able to come in the tournament last second, being filled up through his leaderboard spot. And he's doing good. Look at that, Furiox right there.
Well, it's a pretty one at that. All hollowed out nicely.
Machine Gun Furiox. I mean, I've seen that bad boy carry really good.
Yep, we got the stacking attack speed. Chronoflux, this is the one we were talking about, Tolki. That's the one. With the highest percent.
That's beautiful. That's
yes.
Beautiful. As soon as I see that thing, I get it. Yeah, the Chronoflux.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yes. It has the highest win chance of all the augments, so you have been doing it right, Tolki. And also the second one, the Fate Sealer, is the second highest win chance right here. So maybe Siren has done his research well, and he's actually playing a huge... This Furiox has perfect augments no matter where you put that on. You put that on a rake, on a slash, and whatever it is.
I was going to say, for just an attack damage carry of some sort, that is basically the perfect kind of setup that you would want here. And it's nice and protected. You've got the deer ahead of it there, the Adora trying to keep it and everybody else alive. It's all huddled in. However, there is a Rampy. It's not evolved, but I'm still threatening.
Yes, it has a little bit of Omega power. 30 plus, so not that bad. And there is a big slashing as well. And we have some AoE damage from the Verminio. Interesting position here, putting the Rampy on the outside. Let's see where it goes. So it's just gonna hit like 1 or 2 units. But it seems like... I don't know. They're burning away pretty fast. No chance here for Siren.
Yeah, that burst damage is just too much. And one of the alluvials that oftentimes, at least personally, I slept on the thing for so long until I actually started watching a bunch of tournaments is the Verminio. I had a hard time saying it, but it's still so devastating. It's supposed to be the tank of the rogues. Heck, it could still chunk you for like half your health if you're not careful. And debuff you on top of that? It is pretty gross. And that on top of the Rampy AoE. And even, again, sleeping on the Revo a little bit has a little bit of AoE as well. It can definitely blow up a backline or some fighters, for example.
Yes, sir. And in the end, the Ranger, Revenant Dust Ranger, did the most damage. So that was very surprising as well, even though there were so many other good units in that composition. Now we're going to see his fight versus Style, which is going to be pretty crazy as well. We have a crazy setup here from Style with the 5 Bulwarks, Harbingers, and Scion. He's missing the healers though, so the only heal will come from Nature, which is usually not what you want with 5 Bulwarks. You want to heal them, making their lives even longer. And then we got also a stacked up Fury here in the corner. Let's see it.
Yeah, firing on through the stage 3 links, of course, again, still just such a menace. You don't even have to load it up with too many items. It just still holds the line so well as we're starting to see some of the front line go down. The Ranger hanging on by a thread, but is going to finally fall there for the side of Style. But the TNT is doing some pretty decent spread damage. But at the end of the day, this magma is spreading and slowly but surely going to be whittled and melted away, while this Periox as well and the Fur Knight in the background are just going to open fire alongside that healing from the Adorg, and Style's going to end up falling in this one.
Yeah,
let's go Siren.
Let's go. 6,000 damage. Furiox definitely made the difference here, but we see the Fury on the other side with 5,500. So, yeah, it really shows you that augment, it's all about the augments. And
no, it's all about the shiny diff, right? Skins get wins. No, I'm just kidding.
Interesting build here.
Again, in all reality, they make no competitive difference. I promise.
Well, maybe a tiny bit.
For all those,
every second counts. But look, he's pulling also to the bear, so he might pull out that behemoth at the end. I don't see anyone trying to go for any behemoth either. Oh no, yeah, there is I think Lumco has a Yokul. So
double bear already, yes.
Yeah, double bear. Quietly, he's just getting that bear in the back.
Going against Alnert, though, who also has a bear already. Going against his Gildy, which, once you are in the tournament, there is no friends anymore. There's only enemies. Only people that stand in the way of you and the trophy. So, yeah, you cannot take too much care about that. Interesting build here from the enemy. A lot of Scions.
I was going to say, this is where things get problematic, though, for the Periox. If they were to have gotten bursted by the Scions, but it looks like all of the damage has been put elsewhere, as we are going to see the rest of these Scions slowly but surely get picked off here. This Periox is just going to have a field day. Just a matter of dealing with the Ranger, and there it goes.
Good night. All right.
Good night. Look at that full health in the end too. He's just rubbing it in
going.
his face. Yeah, look at that. He's just rubbing it. Can't touch that.
I love the little victory donuts it does.
Beautiful.
All right, while we are in the build phase, we can check out the replay real quick. There was a big Alfie laser coming in, but it just couldn't quite finish off the Fernite. Got finished off in the end. It was very close. Like one more cast and it would have been enough. And it's all about positioning. Furiox did not get touched. So it was very easy.
Great positioning. I was going to say that. That was great positioning from Zyren. It's like there's too many things that you have to do at the same time. Like I don't have the reflexes to worry about everything at the same time. Augments, positioning, and rolling illuvials and getting your team built. And I'm usually giving out the positioning in the end. That's what kills me. But look at these players. They just know how to do all of that and manage their time.
Absolutely. It's so easy to get overwhelmed and then misposition or just not trust your instincts. We are having in this battle here, we have a little bit of a battle between two dueling Perioxes, and it's the back line versus the front line plus Periox. The Periox on the side of Zyren, though, is going to be targeted. Now they're both dueling each other. How did it win that?
Did you see the speed? Oh my god, did you see the speed it went? That was bananas.
It just kicked in its overdrive.
Wait. I didn't look.
For a second.
All right, we got the instant replay. I gotta watch that.
Oh yeah, you have to instant replay. That was crazy.
I don't know what happened.
Bananas crazy.
That felt like it should have been rather convincing there for NKF. I thought they had that. They had the tank line. It should have been fine. But somehow, both of the Perioxes ended up targeting each other. And like an old Western duel, this one is just going to end up falling to...
Look at him charging up. Look at him charging up. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. You thought that he was almost going to get killed, but no. And now he kills everyone.
Oh my god.
Bye.
The heal. So much attack speed. Crazy. All right.
Yeah. Love moments like that. That's exciting.
And he's one away from a Scoriox. He's one stake away from a Scoriox.
Ooh, Siren coming back with 43 HP. That looks really good. I don't know what how much gold is there sitting on the bench though with the Do you guys have that too sometimes, that you just kinda want to make something happen that doesn't really fit in, but he just wants to have the option of going for Behemoth?
Yup. It's just money city right there. Oh my goodness.
Just taking it because I have it, or I'm holding it so somebody else doesn't. I do not like using Rampy or Ramp Fight myself, but if I see one, I will pick one up so that nobody touches my bunker.
That's the thing. That might also be the game plan behind Slick's build right now. I don't know if he's still rocking. No, he sold the Ramp Fight actually and went into a Rake. So that's very interesting. I just want to check out his build real quickly. Basically what he had before, just with a Steam Rake right now activated. Plus Egg is buffing him up. So that looks very solid as well. Interesting build again.
Yeah, that's scary.
And he's going versus Siren actually. So let's see. Whoever wins.
With the Singe. Everyone with the Singe. There's a lot of Singes out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we're going to see a Seer anytime soon.
I've been seeing a lot more people go for it as of late.
All right, Style is in the bottom right now with a bunch of stage 3s, by the way. But yeah, let's watch this Siren versus Slicks right here. It's all about those Fernites being untouched. And the Fernite from Slicks is going to stun everyone, right?
Speaking of having too many things that you want to do that you didn't just kind of end up freezing, his second Periox came off the bench there for Zyren. So it ended up frontlining, immediately getting deleted. And unfortunately, it looks like for this battle here, Slicks is just going to own it. That Rake and the rest of the squad, too tanky and too much damage to have to deal through. 22 health now here for Zyren to hang on for this game.
Oh yeah, there's a little visual bug. I saw 1 HP on Siren. That's not true. He has 22 HP. He still has like two losses in him. And he's gonna roll hard for that Scoriox now.
Yeah, he sold the bears.
He sold the bears. And there's the rolling. Filling up the bench while you roll, giving yourself the best chances of finding duplicates. Don't just roll for one thing.
I mean, Element KO does also have a Carryox as well. So rolling for that is going to be tough. But granted, that's the only other player that does have.
There it is. And now we got 4 Magma as well.
And the Goliath.
All right. We're going to watch Siren until he dies.
Let's go.
I want to see what happens.
The Cinderella story. Let's go.
You mean wins the entire thing, right?
Yes. So question to you guys. Do you have Scoriox in the corner because it's the most valuable unit? Or do you have Fernet in the corner because he buffs your Scoriox with attack speed?
Fernet in the corner. 100%. It also helps any sort of targeting where there is, like, say another Fernet, for example, or an Alfie where it's trying to target the thing furthest away from it. It usually makes it so that the Scoriox is the second furthest compared to the furthest. So if you space it out just a little bit, it can save you in some burst damage kind of scenarios or stray damage scenarios.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then when you...
Plus, like, yeah, we want a speed boost.
Yeah. Then when you face the ramp fight, you're gonna put it in the corner and hope it doesn't get touched by that AoE cast.
Yeah. It's a little bit, or it takes a little bit more micromanaging, but yeah, especially versus the ramp fight, it's necessary. But it can keep you alive versus like some random, like Fernight plus Alfie kind of shenanigans.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. We gotta watch someone else real quick. Watch Fancy Pants versus Slicks.
Fancy Pants. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Slicks just removed his whole board, but he got an Umber, and Fancy Pants got the Vanguards with the Slash-in and the Malura. So that is quite nuts.
Yeah, this one could definitely set the tone for the rest of the game. I'm sure there are some people that are possibly going to fall out here, but we might see one of these players kind of run away here. Again, like I was saying before, this is exactly the play style that Fancy Pants absolutely loves. We'll have to see if Slicks can hold the line.
We got 4 Revenant. Slicks is still above 100 HP. Something is wrong here. Take him down, Fancy Pants. Take this Umber down with the Aegis imprint. 4 Aegis on the side of Slicks, I would assume. Here comes the Ramp Fight cast, doing a whole lot of damage. It's gonna be enough.
It may not have necessarily... Yeah, exactly. May not have necessarily been a one-shot by any means, but again, the follow-up Chopper 2, especially from the Penguin, got it. The job done.
That was crazy. We got damage-wise. Both Rangers leading the charge with Steam Aegis and Dust Revenant. And then we have a Singe higher than the Umber, which is kind of sad to see, considering you have Steam activated. So something went wrong here.
Also, real quick, 07s to Alner, our first elimination here in this lobby. Well fought to get this far, but unfortunately, going to end up falling here.
07 Alner. We don't know how he performed in the first game, so it might still be enough to make the cut, but it's going to be very unlikely. It's a best of 2 scenarios, so you want to be in the top spots for both of those games, and usually one loss will take you out, but we'll see about that later when we check out the leaderboard.
Look at that beautiful bear that he has in the back line with the Harbinger imprint. Lemko.
Yes.
Lemko, right?
That is Lemko. What is he playing? 5 Bulwarks, Scion, Harbinger. He wants to get that...
Yeah, 5 Bulwarks, Scion, 2 Harbinger, 2 Fighters.
Oof, but look at that damage from that Slash-in. Slash-in versus Shoto. Wow. Slash-in wins and has so much lifesteal. Look at that.
Oh my god, not only did they win, that wasn't even close. That is scary.
Oh my god. Fancy Pants, alright. He's gonna stay up there for the win streak for a while. Let's swap back to Siren. We said we wouldn't leave his side and see how his Scoriox is doing. He's still fighting this run. Scoriox is stacking up attack speed. But he's being rooted. Oh, whoa, look at that Scoriox. Is he able to kill that Axon though?
point blank in its face, but Machine Gun Scoriox try to pop off, but look how damn tanky this thing is. It's going to require the overtime pulses to try and deal with it. Maybe that's the way. Did it actually go in there?
Oh my
I
God.
couldn't even tell.
Oh my God.
Siren 6 HP.
We live in the...
That was crazy.
Only 8,000 damage on the Scoriox. It felt like it was casting more, like its ability, than it was actually auto-attacking. 11,000 damage from the Granite Axodon.
Wow.
4 Granites here on the side of... Who was that?
The Sephiroth
Style.
was quietly chopping him away. It wasn't the
True.
accident, but the Sephiroth was quietly chopping him away in the back.
Also, while that all was going down, Element KO has been eliminated in 7th place.
07's in the chat for Lemko and for Allnerd. They're out for this round. Let's see how they performed overall. After all, they have made it into the top 64, which means they have earned some money, which means they have earned some IPL points, which they will be very happy about, because that's what it's all about. They all have their eyes on the prize on the December World Championship for 150,000 bucks. And yeah, it's really important to just qualify for these tournaments and be part of it. And they did great.
It's like, I know they're going to be kicking themselves. As a competitor, it's never enough unless you're the one up top. But it's still a very respectable and impressive day in its own right, or impressive weekend, considering the amount of players that actually tried to enter this thing through sit and go, and fighting through this top 64. But we'll have to see how it goes from there.
I mean, they never give up. I've seen this. It's been more common than not to see people going first game, winning it, first place, and then dropping down to 8th place. So you never know what's gonna happen until the last game is done.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look at Narkish as they're going up against Style Hype. That Ophisto is locked and loaded.
Oh, Fisto!
Gets to play.
Fisto.
Oh,
And it's only
Fisto.
going to get deadlier as this game goes on. So, sure, we've seen Style like hold the front line pretty strong here, but this Ophisto is not going to mind at all if it goes longer. It's just getting more and more a bit Omega power.
We got 4 Invokers.
4 Invoker.
As long as he stays alive. This is Exodia composition. Every second that ticks down, it's more likely to just one-shot the whole enemy team. But he's playing versus 4 Granite.
Obliterate!
There he comes. One more cast and the game is over. And it's gonna do it right now. Bye, Adorado. Bye, everyone
Oh
else.
my gosh!
Oh my
It was full!
But so many Granites. They're invulnerable every time he casts. Oh, there goes another one. Oh my god. Let's see the damage.
Look at the geyser taking all the damage.
You love to see it. Geyser with Bulwark. Just being a main tank. Oh, this is nasty.
The Life Storm as well, giving everybody else healing all around it. That was hilariously effective. I love that.
Oh, I love to see it that we got 4 Invokers. It's one of the, I don't know, the best things to watch. Just enough is to watch one-shot everything or dual F laser, annihilate a whole corner composition. So much potential.
So hard to see it. So hard to see that that 4 Invoker. I think this is the first one I've seen this past couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's so hard to get as well. Well, actually, it's not very contested, right? People have been getting ramp fires and everything. Ophisto is the same price, and it's less contested.
Yeah, people just don't like protecting it. And they don't trust themselves with something so squishy but so powerful. Rather have something a little bit bulkier or maybe something a little bit more aggressive in nature, like the ramp fight. You really have to be confident in your defenses to pull it off. But when you do, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching Narkesh right here. I want to see that Ophisto go a little bit more crazy. We got 3 Granite, 4 Scion, 4 Invoker.
Double ramp fight on the field here for Fancy Pants.
This is going to be an
This is what I
interesting
want to
match.
see. I want to see the Fancy Pants against these crazy 4 Invokers.
I feel like this is going to end quickly. For who, I have no idea. This will be absolutely interesting to see.
Well, Invoker needs a little bit of time, and we don't have any damage augments on the Ram fights. They have immune augment and something else. The double immune augment. Here comes the first cast. Takes down the Gaze. Second cast. Takes down nothing. And now the Invokers need one more cast to finish it off. And there it is. Oh my god.
I mean, still...
Didn't get a reset.
One more shot.
Close!
There it is! Oh my god. Now the Invokers are out. I'm so sad.
No.
But that's the thing. So much hard work for your Invokers, but then you're like at the end of your life. So you cannot take any hit.
Yeah, but he got he got fourth place because also
And my
FRK
boys-
and Style got knocked out.
And my boy Siren's still alive.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Still hanging in there, yep.
He was quietly at the bottom of the table for like half the game. He just buckled up and now he's got a top 3 spot.
When I have that replay, the spectator bug, where I'm stuck on the carousel, is it gonna come back after the carousel, or do I have to reconnect?
You might have to hop out of the game and hop back in.
All right.
Or hop out of, like, not the entire game, but just the match and relog. Or rejoin, rather. Yeah, that's definitely so heartbreaking. With the Scions in general, I personally feel like they, for the most part, have to win their round rather quickly by bursting something critical down. And even with the Invoker, we're sure you're getting more and more powerful. You have the augments as well to get more and more powerful, as we see. Like, it helps, but it's just so hard to keep yourself alive. So hard.
Yeah, and it
I love the
requires a
attempt,
lot
though.
of positioning. Yeah, it requires a lot of really good thought out positioning. I just can't. That's what I'm always say with this with the Scion unit. And Siren is out.
Siren. Well, he's out in third, so we might see him again in the semifinals next round, next best of 2, which is going to be last best of 2 for today. After which we're going to see our top 8 finalists for tomorrow. All right.
The final 2 remaining players, too. They're both rather healthy still. Well, a lot of it thanks to the fact of the region, Brightland Steps, but they were both at like 50-something, right? My goodness.
Yep, we have new augments on the Umber. Same result. No chance for Slicks right here. Down to 30 health. Fancy Pants is on a win streak.
The Ramfire is on the table now. Also with the Monarch. I mean...
That's beautiful.
Tough to beat.
Gosh, that's the scary thing when nobody else plays Rogue.
Yeah. That's it.
You hit them all.
And we said it in the beginning, right? There was like 5-6 Bulwark players, like focusing on classic, more stand-up builds. And then, yeah, Rogue has just free reign to get pretty much everything stage 3 right here. Or enough to just dominate the lobby.
Can you see those augments on the Ramfire? What is he going?
So we got the immunity prism, which is always good to be immune, not being able to be stunned. We also have it also gives 30 Omega power to the highest attack speed unit, which is probably the Slash-in. And then Ether Steel, which steals Omega power. So no ideal augments, but definitely giving a decent amount of damage. 40 Omega power buff for the Ramfire. And it's all about the crit anyway. Once you have Phantom online, your Omega can crit for Monarch and the Ramfire. And how much does he have? He has 70% crit chance, so you have a 70% chance of doing a whole lot of damage.
And he's
that's
doing it.
Ridiculous. Yeah, you hardly ever see Ramfire actually get like fully evolved and onto the fields. As Ramfight, it was basically on the verge of one-shotting things. Now, without question, even some tankier members on the opposite side here will be getting one shot. So it's immune as well, so you can't really be locked down. This is scary for Slicks.
Yo! But Slicks found a few units, huh? Titanor, Blotto.
Okay, hang on, yeah.
Yeah.
What did we say? 50% win chance on the Titaner? All right, let's see it.
Yeah, Arcane Conduit on the Ramfire too. On the Fancy Pants side.
Oh
so.
boy, yeah.
Oof, that is
As
one
if
of
it
the
needed
best.
more power and energy regen. This Mega ability is going to come out so fast here.
Yep, we have like 5 auto hits. Here he comes with 200 Omega power.
And he's airborne. Ooh.
Nothing died, not even the Arcus.
Wow.
But just the raw damage of
But-
auto hits from all of his units, like nothing stands a chance. And he's so tanky still. Like it's not only damage, like his units are tanking as well.
Wait,
Umber.
the little Umber that could? Oh, the charm, no.
Whoa, whoa, the little Umber that could.
Whoa.
What?
No, it's done.
He's
Oh my
No,
god.
no, 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 no.
Oh my god. No.
What is going on?
It's so
No. Oh. It
Oh my goodness, I have
gives me
never.
flashbacks.
Jesus.
Oh.
What was that? It was 1v7 or something like that?
Wait, let's see it
He's
real
the queen
quick.
of the whole team.
Maybe we have time to see the replay. Just so we
In
see how
no
many units
worlds.
were back alive.
That
Could have
crazy evasive veiling. He
Mhm.
just when he gets that life all the way down, it just activates crazy.
Yeah, it was like 6-7 units. Absolutely insane. Alright, is this the final? No, both are 30 HP, which they could do enough damage, but it might not be enough. There might be 2 more rounds. Let's see how long the
definitely after
Titan
that
lives.
It's holding them in the corner as best as possible. Monarch gonna fly across and not really hit too many members, I feel like, of the red side. So this red side here for Slicks is hanging on much better compared to the last round. Here comes the Ramfire up to the skies, but again, we've seen this before, but granted it's already triggered into its untargetable. Do they have the CC to deal with it? This time they do, and exactly enough to deal with it. Fancy Pants wins the lobby.
Down to 0 HP, dealing exactly the damage he needed, and the nightmare is over for Fancy Pants. He didn't want to see that happen again with the Umber. GG's.
There was something bad going on in the pants of Fancy because that was scary, that Umber the previous round.
I mean, yeah, after seeing that Umber, I would be changing my pants, to say the least here. Those pants aren't necessarily so fancy anymore, and I'd be shook. But to recover immediately, not lose another round. Just get right back to what you need to do, reposition, deal with it, dealt with the target. Beautifully done.
Cool-headed.
Just looking at the stats here, Umber does 16,000 damage, and the highest damage on the side of Fancy Pants was 5,000 with the Malura. We can watch the replay right here from the last round.
What do you guys think made the difference this round?
Yeah, I really want to see that. Wait, we can even zoom in. Okay, that's not really helping.
Yeah, I'm so curious. That felt very similar, but I think just the fact that immediately the evasive veiling on that Umber got triggered compared to like halfway through that fight. Like right here, it's already used, right? And now it's just been charmed on in. It hasn't been able to do anything. And it just got held right in a position, surrounded by a penguin and plenty of other rogues.
It could have also been the combat rhythm stage 3, where you get 10% omnivamp and attack damage. Didn't stack up on the Umber. It didn't get enough last hits, enough kills. So maybe because I didn't see much omnivamp on that either.
Yeah, very, very valiant effort for everybody nonetheless. And then Twitch chat, you know what to do. You got the clip, right? That was absolutely ridiculous.
That was nuts. 1 versus 6, 1 versus 7 in the final lobby versus Slicks. Or versus Fancy Pants, Slicks, Umber.
Yeah, and it was just 1 more round to go. It was too late in the game. Whoever won the last lobby was going to win. And with that crazy Umbre, I thought, wow, what is going on? But fantastic. Love to see like very skilled players in the end.
Yes, sir. All right, let's check. the final score. I think we might have it already. Otherwise, we can bring it up in a different way. Oh, the scores are still being finalized. People are still playing some lobbies. So we might just go into a break. And then we'll come back with the final scores for the top 32. And we'll check out who made it into the top 16. And we also, after the next best of 2, we know who is going to be in the finals. And we also got an interview coming up with Aaron Warwick, co-founder of Illuvium and game director. So yeah, there's a lot more to come. We'll see you in a bit. Nareba to not focus the right unit and finish off that monkey. And yeah, in the end, Nareba takes a big hit and now he's down to 57 health, at which point he has to start looking into stabilizing because you don't want to go much lower, I think. You don't want to risk it all and go too much down in your health.
I was going to say, at what health do you start panicking? For me, it's 50.
50, I'm starting to think, all right, it's time to slowly think of a solution. But yeah, I think panic is when you lose like 1-2 more games after 50, you're like, all right, now it's really time. Now let's get out of here. And it's going to be a tough one right here versus the Rogues. Let's see if he can make it.
Yeah, Rogues going up against a couple of Orcs here and the Scions. Wolverine dives in immediately. That's a bunker competition like we see here with Fox Spirit. I mean, this Monarch's going to dive in towards that TNT in the back, and if you're not careful, it's just going to get surrounded and popped. But at the same time, who doesn't mind being surrounded by a bunch of people? A ramp fight. So get that lined up properly.
There it is.
And you could be golden, but there is plenty of room for error as we get into this one.
Last second swap, ramp fire over here. So keep your eye out for this area right here. Ramp fight is gonna lay down a lot of damage right here now. Look at the health bars. And half of the enemy team is dead, which will likely be enough for Nareba to beat Fox Spirit right here.
And that's one of the crazy things just about the ramp fight in general, right? Because in all honesty, you just need one ability to go off. You don't need to have any sort of consistency with it. But
and he has Omnivamp, Lightning Speed, and Combat Rhythm, so definitely very good augments for the Rogues right here. We got a Vermilia, we got a Rake fully augmentized, so this is the main carry that we see. Also, we got Inferno here with Vermilia, so really good team from Patch Tourist.
In theory, it could go very quickly dealing with all of these Rogues, and so far it's been looking rather healthy for the green side, for Nareba in this instant, but now it's just a matter of dealing with the tankier ones. That Rake's still there, and it does have the untargetable. It could do something silly if it's not careful, trying to deal with the Mammoth, but it is going to fall, and we are going to see an elimination.
We are, and
hang on for a little bit more.
Patch Tourist knocked out Nareba, able to hang on. Anubis now down in last spot with 4 HP.
Uh-oh.
Before we have our final 8 for the grand finals tomorrow, and we're watching Anubis right here with his samurai slashing penguin right here.
The fact that it was so deadly and it still has a slot for another augment is kind of just ridiculous to think about. We're going to see them dive on through. Air Slash is going to immediately start trying to take out the guys or get rid of the healing on the side of Winnie. But by doing so, it is leaving a lot of Illuviums essentially left alone. Lamplight takes some skies by throwing the thing really to anybody down. It's very, very close to falling itself. Winnie has been able to tank this, and there is the deer. I didn't even see it in the center there. It's just Pepper and doing a bunch of damage, but it's also probably one of the better healers in the game, keeping the team sustained, everybody holding the line, and that is going to be the end of Anubis here for this first round anyway. I mean, I get it though. If you do happen to get that polar bear, you're going to want to level that thing up, and you're not going to be at least likely to find any of them at these low levels, right? In theory?
Yes, I mean, he made it happen. 2 fighter, a bulwark, 2 Scion, a lot of damage here on the side of Lemko, with, as always, the Lynxes are leading the charge. We got even 2 Lynxes here from Slicks, and it's gonna be enough. Slicks also leveled up to 5 because they're both still sitting on 130 HP. They wanna make this lose streak last, this win streak last. And it's gonna get down to the wire. Flish versus Flish right here, ladies and gentlemen. Hands off. That's cinema. One more laser. Oh my god, Lemko takes it.
That was a flip coin right there. That was a flip coin right there. Oh.
Dude, does he have it? No, he doesn't have it yet. The drone augment with stacking attack damage and Omnivamp. That would be on top of that.
It would be ridiculous.
Yeah, we're looking good here for Fancy Pants.
I do. He's a crazy strong opponent. Every time I find him in rank, always trashes me.
Oh, look at this though.
Yeah, up in the very, very top, we see that completely evolved stage 3 Fire Lynx. It's holding the line versus 2 of the rogues, but the rest of them kind of diving in on the bunker on the other side. The TNT is completely loaded up with items. Pop Shot coming on through here in just a second, but it's not able to take anybody. Can they get the damage reduction in time? They're going to be able to do so. It doesn't matter if you're blinded, if you get shot by a missile, but it is going to barely go down. Less perfect kind of setup that you would want here. And it's nice and protected. You've got the deer ahead of it there, the Adora trying to keep it and everybody else alive. It's all huddled in. However, there is a Rampy. It's not evolved, but I'm still threatening.
Yes, it has a little bit of Omega power. 30 plus, so not that bad. And there is a big slashing as well. And we have some AoE damage from the Verminio. Interesting position here, putting the Rampy on the outside. Let's see where it goes. So it's just gonna hit like 1 or 2 units. But it seems like... I don't know. They're burning away pretty fast. No chance here for Siren.
Yeah, that burst damage is just too much, and one of the alluvials that oftentimes, at least personally, I slept on the thing for so long.
Yeah, double bear. Quietly, he's just getting that bear in the back.
Going against Alnert, though, who also has a bear already. Going against his Gildy, which, once you are in the tournament, there is no friends anymore. There's only enemies. Only people that stand in the way of you and the trophy. So yeah, you cannot take too much care about that. Interesting build here from the enemy. A lot of Scions.
I was gonna say, this is where things get problematic though for the Periox if they were to have gotten bursted by the Scions, but it looks like all of the damage has been put elsewhere, as we are going to see the rest of these Scions slowly but surely get picked off here. This Periox is just gonna have a field day. Just a matter of dealing with the Ranger, and there it goes.
Good night. All right.
Good night. Look at that full health in the end too. He's just to worry about everything at the same time. Augments, positioning, and rolling illuvials and getting your team built. And I'm usually giving out the positioning in the end. That's what kills me. But look at these players. They just know how to do all of that and manage their time.
Absolutely. It's so easy to get overwhelmed and then misposition or just not trust your instincts. We are having in this battle here, we have a little bit of a battle between 2 dueling Perioxes, and it's the back line versus the front line plus Periox. The Periox on the side of Zyrain, though, is going to be targeted. Now they're both dueling each other. How did it win that?
Did you see
so
the
close.
speed? Oh my god, did you see the speed it went? That was bananas.
It just kicked in its overdrive.
Take this Umber down with the Aegis imprint. 4 Aegis on the side of Slicks, I would assume. Here comes the Ram Fight cast, doing a whole lot of damage. It's gonna be enough.
It may not have necessarily... Yeah, exactly. May not have necessarily been a one-shot by any means, But again, the follow-up Chopper 2, especially from the Penguin, got the job done.
That was crazy. We got damage-wise. Both Rangers leading the charge with Steam Aegis and Dust Revenant. And then we have a Singe higher than the Umber, which is kind of sad to see, considering you have Steam activated. So something went wrong here.
Also, real quick, 07s to Alner, our first elimination here in this.
It's going to be very unlikely. It's a best of 2 scenarios, so you want to be in the top spots for both of those games. And usually one loss will take you out, but we'll see about that later when we check out the leaderboard.
Look at that beautiful bear that he has in the back line with the Harbinger imprint. Lemko.
Yes. That is Lemko. What is he playing? 5 Bulwarks, Scion, Harbinger. He wants to get that.
Yeah, 5 Bulwarks, Scion, 2 Harbinger, 5 2 fighters.
Oof, but look at that damage from that Slashin. Slashin versus Shoto.
Wow.
Slashin wins and has so much lifesteal. Look at that.
Oh my god, not only did they win, that wasn't even close.
Oof.
That is double ramp fight on the field here for Fancy Pants.
This is going to be an interesting
This is what I want to
match.
see. I want to see the Fancy Pants against these crazy 4 invokers.
I feel like this is...
And we are back right here with the IPL 500 joined. Oh, sorry, I lost my speech right here. We're back with the IPL 500 here in the semifinals, I believe. We have the top 16 and we're gonna pull them up in a second. We're all still catching our breath after this crazy last game that we had.
Crazy.
It was
crazy.
It was absolutely fantastic. Plenty of very, very close moments. And the fact, too, like we're going to see in a little bit later, that even with the way that... Oh.
That was Rich.
Oh. But hello. But even with the way some of these performances were happening, it still did not go the way for some of these players. We've seen some absolute pop-off moments, but... in the end, we did see, at least in our last match, the Fancy Pants take the lobby, but with the cruel nature of this tournament, sometimes the one is not enough.
Yeah, we're going to check out here the scoreboard. We pulled up a little bit of an updated one, the spreadsheet. Had to go back to the basics, and we see the top 16. This is still being confirmed right now because there has been a lot of tiebreakers and a lot of stuff right that. But as it looks like, it's going to be Holo, Amafishy, and Slicks on top with 14 points, which is either a first and a third or a double second. Then we have next in line Auras with 13 points. Then we got Fox Spirit, who got disqualified last event, coming back with his revenge at 12 points. Then we got Nareba, Anubis, and Moose sitting at 11 points with Narkesh and Style. We got at 10 points Patat, Guzera, and Perico, and Siren. I know Talk is very excited about Siren making it in. Me too. And we got Lynx, PQP, and Dasho at 9 points, making the tiebreaker, it seems like.
Yeah, so it's absolutely crazy that, like I was saying before, we saw Fancy Pants just take that win in the last one. But it sounds like, from what I understand, they got last in the first game. And unfortunately, there is no guarantee. You had mentioned the tiebreakers. You need a lot to really go your way to get into the top 16 after having a rough round and just did not quite go in their favor. So that's definitely, for at least recency, considering what we just saw, definitely a crazy fact, crazy moment there.
100%.
Very much so.
Yeah, we have now these top 16 in a last best of 2. And then we're gonna be done with the day number 1 for this tournament, and we're gonna have found our top 8 finalists, which are gonna move on to day number 2 for the grand finals, best of 3 tomorrow. Who you guys?
We're waiting on Auras. We're waiting on Auras to get ready. Semi-finalists are getting ready.
All right.
We'll start quite soon.
All right, let's get into some pickings. who's your guys' favorite? Who you think will get in the top 8, let's say?
How many am I allowed to pick?
Top 8. Top 8. What's your top 8?
Ooh, okay. I don't know if I can go that deep. However, for me, I think the obvious one I got to get off the board right now is Slicks. 100%. Slicks is definitely going to be up there. I'm a fish. He's up there for me as well. And then my one that is maybe not so obvious because I want to see them get revenge for what happened in grand finals last weekend. I want to see Zico Perico make it and then have an absolute blast in the grand finals.
Yes, sir. I gotta go with Tolki's pick right here, Siren. Definitely want to see him up there. I'm cheering for Auras as well and Fox Spirit coming back. And yeah, I'm a fishy. I'm with you there because he has been one of the big contenders, one of the newest players, but he has been dominating the leaderboards already.
Yeah, I love to see it as much as I love like showing love to our veterans and people that we've been seeing around for a long, long time. There is something special of seeing somebody show up relatively recently and then light the fire under all of the veterans, which I'm officially has definitely been doing. And of course, I also wanted to mention obviously Nariba. First on the leaderboard for a reason. I expect them to move forward as well.
Wait, is he here? Oh, he is here. 11 points, yeah. All right, let's check in with the admins. I think we should get pretty close to the next round.
It started.
Nice.
So we got a match 2.
Now the hard part is picking a lobby.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right,
we got one with a Style Hollow Slicks, Amafishi, Ola, Zyren, Narkesh.
Wow.
And Lynx.
Wow. I would really pick that one. Yeah, there's... May we go with Fox Spirit?
Yeah, let's go Fox. Go with the Fox.
Let's
I haven't seen Fox played all tournaments.
Yeah, and there's other players like Ores, Patat, Zico. We haven't seen yet. Let's pick that.
That's my boy right there. Zico.
Zico.
Let's go for the win. Let's go for the win.
All right. Just a second. We're gonna boot it up. We're gonna be in game in just a minute.
On the other side, Amafishi started strong. It's just on the 4th round, full points. Zyren last. You know how he likes to start.
True.
Then he wins the race, but they got Crimson Ways. So it could be a fast one.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast one. We got Sharp Bluff over here. Going to be an interesting one for sure. We are in round number 4. So that's the round where everybody gets a weapon. Perfect timing right here. All right,
let me... you guys, given the choice, what weapon would you choose?
Oof. Probably the Water Bulwark. I really like it for the early and mid game. I think it's very, very strong. Just that single target damage.
Have you guys ever changed weapon?
Yeah.
I've never changed weapon. Once I choose the first one, I never change the weapon.
I've done it twice and died immediately, like both times. So never again.
I'm very much, how do you call it, meta slave. So oftentimes I just try like to force Harbinger Magma, like it was in the last patch. And then if it doesn't happen and I get it later on, I swap over to it. All right, let me quickly check all the weapons. We got Air Fighter. Haven't seen that a lot today, or not at all. Then we got the Boomerang Firefighter. We got a Rogue Nature. Empath Fire, so maybe something for Revenant Inferno, which is a good early Ranger composition that you can get. Another fighter air. Into Earth Scion here with Fox Spirit. We got Moo with another air fighter. Okay. I guess we found a little bit of a meta. And then we got another air fighter bow here with Seiko Barrico.
And nobody likes my weapon of choice, the one green Scion staff where it plants the seed and then explodes underneath after a couple of seconds. I love that thing, but I think there's a reason why we don't see it too often.
Yeah, it's very situational against corner compositions.
Yeah, and there's probably another reason why I'm always below the starting rating in ranked mode, but it is what it is.
I mean,
I'm
always
experimenting.
I love that. That's what I love about playing Illuvium. You know, I can't competitive play against these guys, but I love to try out things. And you know, you love when you hit those comps, those crazy comps, even though you get knocked out. But sometimes you just hit them, and they're just so cool to achieve.
100%.
Absolutely.
So, who we're watching? What's the Fox got? I see the Fox at the top.
And nobody on 100 HP. That's interesting. Let's see what the Fox got. He got the links. And he got double Scion Earth in the back. Which is doing work.
I mean, you know that early Earth comp, it's really good early. If you go like a lot of Earth, just get that grit, you're just tanky.
Yep. Right now, Fox Spirit seems to be all about that damage with Scion with the links and only a Tipo to tank for him.
Scion so early just feels so risky, but I mean, they're making it work, so nicely done.
All right, well, we have a PB.
Good positioner, if you're a good positioner like the Fox, I mean, now it won't work for us, for you and me, but it does work for him.
That's it. He makes it look easy. I'm looking a little bit through other teams right now since we have a PvE round. Moo right here, also on top of the HP at the moment, is rocking 4 fighter already. So that looks very interesting. Full fighter build with the stage 2 links already, which is such a powerhouse, especially in the early and mid game.
Yeah. I always avoid it. I don't know why. Never go for links. Never. I see them. I'm like, nah, ciao. But people love that. That double links. It's in the early games. It's very useful.
Yeah, I think the strongest, like, stage 1 unit in the game by far, and sometimes it can carry you into round 15 or something with the true damage, with some good augments on it that give it survivability. And then most of the time when you get a stage 2 links, like a fighter, a rogue, pretty much all of them have a huge power spike that falls off later.
Yeah.
In regards to huge power spikes, one thing that I wanted to point out, of course, was the region, because every one of those augments on that carousel was a legendary. That is terrifying.
Oh my god. That means a lose streak is so much more valuable because you get the first pick at those legendary augments.
Mm-hmm. I know this region in particular is rather polarizing to the community because of that exact thing. Like, the catch-up mechanic is just so powerful. But, as always, adapt or die.
Yes, sir. And especially here, it's interesting because you still want to go on a win streak, kind of, because you want to keep that momentum to a good positioning. You don't want to put yourself in a low HP scenario, but yeah, then you're losing out on legendary augments. Pick your poison.
And we're seeing them kind of come into fruition here. The 2 links is just duking it out with each other. But once again, it looks like we're going to see Fox Spirits, with the help of the little fleece in the back, clean things up nicely.
Beautiful. Let's play a little bit King of the Hill, and whoever wins a round stays on camera. But let's not start with Fox Spirit, otherwise we might just stay here for a while. Let's start from the bottom.
Yeah.
Let's start with Patat and see who can take it versus Seiko Barrico.
Ooh.
Interesting build already coming through. Rogues, fighters, a Revenant on board. Cannot make the Ranger Revenant though. So no composites activated just yet.
I mean, Zico Preco is set up here for the composition that we've seen them play constantly throughout the Leviathan tournament a couple of weeks ago, getting this Archos to form the bunker. It's got that steadfast pulse, so even making the squishies behind it that much more, around it rather, that much more tanky, but still it's so early. And there's still a lot of high horsepower in terms of damage on the side here of Potato. Will they be able to hang on to it?
It is looking good for the guild leader of Hype right here. But actually, no, I'm mistaken. He's absolutely getting demolished.
Gosh.
No chance right there. And we're swapping over to spectate Zico.
It was even until it wasn't, which is about the time where that heal comes through from the Archos. Thought you had me, not quite, as we're now going to see Zico take on Moo. Quick Templar.
Yep, and we also see the augment here, the drone augment from Zico is a Veteran's Might, buffing his tier 4 units. And as you can see, there's no tier 4 unit yet on the board, which means another power spike. Sucks. But he is already on a win streak even without that. So as soon as he finds a tier 4, he's going to get another big power spike. So right now he's winning even without a drone augment, which is scary.
Absolutely. So we now end up seeing the polar bear coming down here for a move directly into that's Carlo. And we're just seeing that thing so tanky. It's got the 2 augments on top of it as well. The bear will fall. All of the augments really being placed onto the Riley in the corner. So far, so good here for Moo. Can they burst through this Archers before the heal? Yes, they will. And I think there's enough firepower here. That Charms is going to seal the deal as well. Yes, that Queen's might fall. But I didn't even see the Ranger over in the corner coming in for a little bit of last chance at survival. But looks like the King of the Hill has been toppled once again. We're going to follow Moo.
Yeah, that Ranger was just hiding back there. I wanted to tell you, he was just knocking them out. But I think it played against him because he killed the unit. Then his Tianti just Omega that unit while it was already gone. So he lost all that firepower. I think the luck of the draw just got him.
Yeah, Moo's going to take over.
Sorry, go ahead.
In second place. And yeah, we're going to follow him along.
Nariba's Lynx is terrifying.
Very consistent player move. With his Templar, 5 fighters, you know, they just look like a street gang. When you see 5 fighters coming at you, you're like, oh.
Yep.
Very true, very scary, but at the same time here for Nariba, they do have that shield coming out here from the Empath. Granted, they burst right through the Grokos, and it might not be for long for the rest of them. Granted, the Lynx has been left alone as the rest of the players, or rest of the levels here for Ma, has been going for other targets. The key target there, that Lynx has not been touched until finally just this moment, where they are actually going to be able to burst it down rather quickly. Some low health bars, maybe that Life Storm coming in for a little bit of clutch additional healing from that Riley, but Moo is going to stay on the top of the hill for now.
Very nice. Very nice that Riley carry.
Yeah, the Railu. Railu,
sorry.
Yeah.
I called it Riley. I meant Railu, yeah.
I Rai something, stage 2. There we go.
The way I remember it is Bruce Lee is the king, so stage 3 is Lee.
Oh,
fair enough.
Good one. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, nice augments on it with the power diverter. It's got the Life Storm and the Thorns, the Vengeful Mantle.
But interesting, just with 3 augments, just 200 damage more. So if now, I guess this is to have 2 good carries and be a little bit less polarizing. So if your carry survives, you're good. If not, you lose. In this case, you have 2 that you can rely on instead of just pushing the Lynx even more, because it would outperform the Ray Lu for sure, I would think.
Because this could very well be a skill issue on my part, but I could never make the Riley or Railu ever work for me. I feel like I just send it into battle, even if it has augments, and it just dies, like without effectiveness. But I know it does have a little bit of additional support kind of alongside of its Omega. They're actually popping up right here right now. But
Yeah, first it has a stacking ability. So what you want to do is make it survive, and the longer it survives, the stronger it gets. First, it stacks up attack, damage, and gives it to itself and the attack speed unit, the highest attack speed unit. So it steals damage and gives it to you, and then later on it steals health and shares it with the lowest health unit. So yeah, very strong unit.
I think you exposed me at the first part, letting it or keeping it surviving. that is my first. That's my first part. But one thing that is going to actually help, though, it did get the Eternal Hunger off of that last crate during that NPC round. But even still, I think we might find ourselves with a new king. In fact, it's going to be a little bit of a Railu fight. And then the Revo comes in to spoil the party alongside the Doka. So Ola's Gazera taking care of it.
New
Again,
king of the hill.
Again, that evasive bailing is working for him. Like when his health drop, it's just winning that 1v1.
Yep, it drops and you get invulnerable for 3 seconds and gain 40% attack speed, which is huge. Just resetting.
Huge.
The aggro, getting that attack speed. We also have Arcane Conduit, all those legendary augments coming out. It's fun to watch. Maybe it's not so fun to play in a competitive setting, but hey, it gets a little bit wacky. Everything gets a little bit out of control, and we see a lot of powerhouses being built here with all these legendary augments.
That's exactly it. I'm loving watching this, but as a player, I would be losing my mind. So many factors, so quickly too, with such polarizing swings.
All those teams, they have been looking pretty similar. Like fighters who really benefit from all these augments very much. Oof, almost taking down the Revo early on in the fight, but it managed to roll out of there. And now it looks like Guzera is gonna have a good time here. Oh, never mind. It doesn't. He doesn't. No, not at all.
I mean, we've seen this before. The Railu that could maybe. It's got 2. Looking for a 3rd, but now there's too many. There's too many. Not this time.
And we got a balanced match at our hands here for the 4th time in a row. King of the Hill changes and Ores finds himself suddenly on top of the current health leader pool.
Patat with a crazy ranger. Going super crazy Steam Slayer, and he was just shooting those boomerangs like crazy. That got Moo out of the hill.
That is interesting. Patat with the rogues. Let's see how many more we got. We also got Anubis here at the bottom with the rogues. Then we have Sico Perico with a little bit of everything. Bulwarks, Templars, Fighters. 6 airs coming in for Nareba, looking very good. Found already the Octius, which is a core unit in the build, as well as the Matu. Nice. Then we got Guzera right here, who just got taken down with some rogues, some Templars, some fighters. We got Moo also with the air build, but also a little bit behind curve still. Fox Spirit with Bulwarks, Harbingers. Bloom already got a few composite synergies ready. And then we're watching right now Ores with the 5 fighters trying to make it work.
Jagged and Power Ascent links.
Yep.
Oh god.
So this links doesn't need to be right here. This links could be well over here, hitting still the unit because it has increased attack speed.
Yep.
Oh, it's not a rogue. Never mind me. It's perfect. Yeah, it hits a long way from home. But this looks like a lot of damage from Nareva with the Octius.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That Octius is just smashing people right there.
Holy moly, Nareva just burned him. 6,000 damage on the Octius. Legendary augment, he loves it, and we're swapping over to Nareva.
Yeah, that Lynx might have had the consistent DPS, but the Octius quickly reminding us why it's basically the king of burst damage. My goodness, especially now that he's, like you had mentioned, that's one legendary augment that lets it crit. Yikes.
Yeah, and it has 50% crit chance, which is pretty crazy. Considering, well, this augment that gives it the ability to crit also gives 25% crit chance. on top of the 25 baseline. That's 50. So half of the time, he's just going to one-shot people.
That's what you want.
Yes.
That's what you want. Right there. Would you go a bit more shock in there? What would shock add to it? Just some energy damage.
I think right now, in general, you want to balance damage and tankiness. So right now, it looks like he has a lot of damage, especially also with the Artes. So right now, I think his goal is to get tankier, just to give Octius more time to deal out all that damage.
Yeah, and he's got the staff to make that second shock too. So
yeah, prioritizing Inferno right now.
Prioritizing Inferno, beautiful.
Shock might be better actually. Just yeah, I mean they're both working really well, but it reduces the energy resistance, so it would help Octius even more.
Yeah, either way works out though. Just even the little bit of extra ticking damage, just making more targets, be it maybe a low health, and maybe gets lucky and find herself a few more resets. But either way is definitely possible.
Even versus the Colossus didn't have a lot of problem. Definitely the Scions have usually a good time bursting through the Bulwarks. Bulwarks are more accounted to the Rogues. And we are going into round number 18 here. Everybody is still looking pretty healthy. Anubis and Patat find themselves still at the bottom of the leaderboard, but Patat now in a win streak already. Looking to catch up. But we're still playing King of the Hill, and we're with Nareba right now.
Anubis knows how to hang on for dear life. Usually,
I think that's what we saw in the first game of the day.
Economy.
Yeah.
He mines that economy until the last second.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if it will work for him, because he's against really, really strong opponents. So.
Yeah.
And during game one, I think he was at 4 health for about 5 or 6 rounds to get themselves into I think either a 4th or 3rd place finish. So can definitely make it work while under pressure.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's his style of play. I've seen him play a lot.
And we got the problem for both of them is they're both going for the same composition. So they're kind of blocking each other. It seems like Patat just pushed for the levels. So he's more focusing on high level rogues. But watching Nareba and Guzera right here, they're playing 6 air versus 6 air. And yeah, this power spike that Nareba has with the legendary augment Octius is huge.
Yeah, that Octius at least 3/4 chunked every target it hit, it felt like. With maybe the exception of the big tanks, but immediately making that numbers game not fair at all. And Nareba just tore through that. Oh, but now how do you keep your Octius safe?
Now it gets interesting. We got the ramp fight with really good augments here. Stacking Omega power with Omnivamp, so lifesteal, plus defensive augments. Stays alive and gets stronger and stronger. Plus a rake, triple legendary augment, of course. What else?
What else?
What else?
If not.
A little frontline. Stands a Grocko just taunting them. Saying, say hi to my little friends.
Yep.
And here it comes.
Is there enough of a crack to jump that in there? Sure enough it is. I don't know. Is that in range of the Octius? The ramp fight is right there. Now that the Growth goes down, it very well might be diving on through. Oh,
still alive though, casting one more time.
Yep, it might be enough to disguise one more time. The Omnivamp though, can it keep him alive? No, it will not. Nareba stays alive.
And Patat with 1 health.
Just
hanging on. Is that
We're getting baited by the drone, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's 18 still.
Oh, 18 still. Oh,
yeah.
I mean, another bad loss like that, though, it could very well be another one loss scenario, but might still be early.
He might be on his last life. Also, Ores suddenly finds himself at 29 points. The last time we checked him, he was up there.
Yeah, they were marking the hill with 80 at one point.
And now it's
gone.
It's gonna get interesting now. We got win streak versus win streak. Nareba versus Mu right here. We're gonna battle it out.
That bear on the other side
Yep.
is loaded. Has a little bit of a safety net too with that Ion Shroud.
Yep. It's a small version of the legendary augment to reset threat. But this bear is gonna get thrown away by the mammoth.
Yes.
Very, very soon. And it's just melted right here. First cast from the Octius. Takes something down. Gets a reset. Another cast. And half of the enemy team is dead.
I don't know why I keep being surprised, but this Octius is just doing such a great job at bursting these things down. Moo's going to take another solid shot here. And the double Arctis as well is just nice little icing on the cake. But yeah, the bear immediately into a mammoth. The target has been pushed aside. Saving the Octiuses has been protected. Nothing you can do.
And the double art race too. They were just moving simultaneously, doing damage to the exact same Illuvial. I was like crazy coolly coordinated too. Great positioning on the art races.
Yeah, we might have to call Nareba here the winner of the first King of the Hill. Because he's gonna hold us hostage for a while.
He is holding it, yeah, he's holding it. I know, I see the Fox getting some strong nature comp.
Yeah.
Maybe he can hold off all that air. So
he
hit the gnarl, and if he can root that Octius long enough, maybe something could happen.
Yep, we're gonna see it here in a second, but it's gonna be a tough one. The problem is this Octius is just one-shotting core units of the enemy team most of the time. But it's looking very good actually. Backline almost going down for Nareba here. Gets a huge root into the Octius, didn't cast at all. And that's it. Fox Spirit takes him down.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. It's just, I think the Fox is like looking at what other people are not going for, and he's just making a good comp out of it. Not a big super fires comp out there to kill him, and he's just neutralizing that Octius.
To bring the chaos one more time here to the carousel. Not only do we have these tier 5 units starting to show up, but they are holding some pretty beautiful augments.
Alright, since we're in here, we're gonna watch a little replay from the last match. I wanna see if we can figure out what was so strong. And I also wanna show how Octius got really unlucky. He just got taken out while he was casting a few times.
I think it was like the first or second one went onto the Ador, but it chunked it to a quarter, but did not get finished. So there's one more healer in the back line. But what else did you notice?
How did they take so much damage is what I'm wondering. Maybe just the ranger casting? So the first Octius cast got cancelled, I think, by the root. And now we get the next one. Didn't come through again. Again, rooting. So Gnarl really playing out of his mind.
Gnarl, yeah.
Completely.
Gnarl is just nasty. Every time you have some crazy damage in the back, Gnarl and the Ferns are a good counter to it.
Yeah. You pick up a Scarabog, stuns the furthest target, Fern stuns the furthest target, Gnarl.
Yep. Yep.
And they might never ever move.
Oddly enough, I still have my camera in-game on Nareba. He actually changed his augment lineup to put the immunity prism onto the Octius.
Oh yeah, I see it too.
Was tired of getting those thunderbolts messed with.
He didn't need a replay to realize what was happening, and he found a solution for it right away. Good on him.
So quick.
But let's swap over to Fox Spirit. I was also still hanging to Nareba and see how he does it, because that was a huge takedown. I didn't think anyone would take down Nareba anytime soon, but it happened. Oof, interesting here. What we got? A bunch of stage 3s with the Caradulux and the Arcelion for Seco Perico. That looks huge, with 5 Bulwarks, 3 Empaths, 2 Templars, very much sustained composition, but all these sustainers can deal out a decent amount of damage themselves.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one ends up going here. Like you're talking about all these augments with this tanky bunker composition. But the double Maluras could possibly throw a wrench into some of these Illuvials that have maybe a little bit of a longer cast time onto their Omega abilities. We'll have to see. Ranger going to get out of dodge and mess with the other Ranger. Kind of redirects that Scarabok stun, so it makes it maybe a little bit less effective than they were hoping. Healer in the back line essentially untouched. So far, so good here for Fox Spirit, slowly tearing on through. But granted, that Archos is still rather healthy, or at least was rather healthy. Able to keep that back line alive. It's going to be surprisingly tanky considering the amount of steadfast pulses have been going off. And the damage is slowly going down until that Ranger burst comes in at the right moment. I believe the Lalura was there as well. As we see the Ox just bouncing back and forth. It doesn't know who to target at this point.
23,000 damage from the Cardulux. Are you kidding me?
It tried so hard.
Wow.
It tried so hard.
And it was not enough. The Forest here being in perfect position to consistently shoot its ability into the backline. Its piercing arrow.
All
Crazy.
That reflection plus thorns plus the Omega of the Cardulux. That's more thorns. That was just crazy to watch. But you could also see the Fox giving that jag end to his Forus. So he's just right behind that Gnarl and just dealing damage without being touched.
Extra attack range for the Forus. Yeah, that's
got
genius.
That crazy attack range is just... Look, he's just lashing at them.
Yeah, he's gonna get a nice angle here again. Maybe even hitting the Octius. No, but at least hitting 2 targets, which is worth a lot already. Gets charmed though. But yeah, looking really good.
Got some really nice, defensive augments to on it.
Yeah. Overall, like...
Yeah, this thing hasn't been touched all battle.
No. Very solid. Just an overall solid build from Fox Spirit here. A lot of tankiness and throw some consistent damage on top of that. With the Ranger, of course, and the Forest. Great job.
It's like it's nothing fancy, but it's just perfect positioning with the right items. And of course, or with the red augments rather. And we did lose 2 players. I think it was not last round, but the round before that. Orace knocked out in 7th. Anubis knocked out in 8th. So a rough start here for the semifinals for those 2. Of course, they got one more shot, but they definitely need a lot of things to go their way to maybe find it into day 2 tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And that's how the cookie crumbles if you get hard contested by another rogue player for Anubis here. And Patat drawing the longer straw and just able to go on a win streak and might be able to go into the top 4 here. And Anubis gets knocked out in last place. And Ores found his Goryox, but a little bit too late, too little, it seems like. Also didn't find a Forest, just a foe.
Into this next battle, that Geyser got immediately taken down by the Rangers. So some big heals taken off the board. Granted that Ador is still there. The Gnarl is extremely low as well, but it is hanging on by a thread. The Ador keeping it topped off alongside all the rest of the healing from it. And the Blasomite in the corner is going to end up falling as well. Slowly but surely, once again, it looks like a rather even battle. But then Fox Spirit comes out on top as we now lose Patates.
I was just tooting his horn before he got knocked
Commentator's
out.
Curse 101.
Yes, I jinxed him very much so. And I love this composition that Fox Spirit built together with 4 Bloom and actually Ranger doing so much damage. I never tried this Ranger, the Earth Scion Scepter, but it is going crazy. It looks a little bit like the old Toxic Scepter, if anyone can remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
That's similar.
It's crazy. He's also just one lure away from the Malura.
Mm-hmm.
That's also gonna create another extremely tanky high Omega power damage dealer too. So
yeah, plus opening up another spot on the board because he's playing 2 of them right now.
In good positioning off the start here from Fox Spirit. That Krunk right in the background to catch both of those very, very dangerous rogues. The ramp fight has been dealt with, but at the same time, so has Fox Spirit's front line, and there goes the back line. We were just talking about the Ranger, some big damage coming up. Now the ramp fight kind of gets that value Omega they were looking for. And again, I thought Fox Spirit was going to end up losing this.
Yeah,
they turned it around. Because guess who? That Forest.
That Forest.
It was again casting its ability through the target to the backline, killing some units on the side.
The Rangers ability too, because that thing, if I recall correctly, shoots at 3 different targets for some pretty decent damage. It chunked that back line so hard from like half HP to just about dead, and I believe the Forest followed up. We'll have to see here through the replay, because this first ramp fight ult just does nothing.
And now watch the Forest. Zack snipes the back line.
Bam.
Will he hit the Bloto? I think he'll hit the Bloto and the very soon.
Well played.
Now he's got the Axon. Can he get that Tsunami too? I mean, oh no, it's gonna be done next round. Nariba is just at 6. Gizera is at 3.
I say we just lost Zico Perico and Moo as well.
Oof, it went fast. Very polarizing games here. You lose them really hard versus all of these legendary augments. If your opponent finds an entry, you're left with nothing. And here we have one more PvE round to give Nariba and Guzera some tools to work with to beat Fox Spirit, but Fox Spirit is really looking strong.
Yeah, these last couple rounds just looking unbeatable. You might be able to knock their key members extremely low, but they somehow still stick around. And again with that Forest, sure, it does a ton of damage, and it's kind of tempting to just want to keep stacking more and more DPS kind of augments on top of it. But having the Ion Shroud for that extra safety net, just keeping alive if it gets focused. Now you have that Malura, and you have that Malura. The potential for possibly getting that Blotto as well. Just everything going Fox Spirit's way right now.
Let's see if Nariba's Fire Inferno can melt him a little bit. That could be the only counter to it. But he's also got a lot of air on his side.
Yeah, going up against the Ghost there, but like, once again, looking for that damage from the Ranger. There it absolutely is, and very, very similar to the last round. The Octius will fall shortly after that. The Adordo's back there as well. The Forest is getting extremely low, but again, look at this thing. It is still, up to that point, was still in the game. This one looking much more doable, actually. Gazeria might have actually cracked him there. Ranger versus the Sindra, the Seer rather. And I think actually the Ranger might be able to do it. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. One more round.
In theory, yeah.
26,000 damage on the Scoriox. What did I miss?
I mean, what augment do you think Fox is gonna go for? Oh, Gizera took his Jagged. That's what I thought he was gonna go for.
Yeah, but also Omegas can crit this. There is so many good ones. I'm really excited to see what he goes for. It must be damage, right? He has enough tankiness. There we go, Beltrax.
Yep,
True Sight.
True Sight versus the 6 air. True Sight now its abilities cannot be dodged, or its attacks. So that's huge actually.
Perfect timing.
Where's it gonna go? On the bird.
There is space for it.
On the bird.
Bird is the word.
Bird. Yep. Bird is the word.
Yep. We got the attack range to stay out of danger. We got the True Sight for the damage and its piercing and attack speed. And then we also got Ion Shroud. If things go sideways, he still resets his aggro at 50% health.
I might have missed it in the last round as well, but Fox Spirit did confirm the Blotto has 2, 3 extremely fully loaded tanks. This thing's gonna be nasty.
Wowie. Here comes the Malura onto the Quinks actually, but Scoriox seems to be untouched, so that might be really good. Scoriox right now trying to hack away at the Bloto. Not doing much damage yet, being blinded every time Blotto casts. And on the green side, we see everybody trying to take down the Seer, which finally falls with all its legendary augments attached to it. Malura does its ability into nowhere, and it seems like the Magma might be enough to pull through. I can't tell. Scoriox all on its own now.
The bird!
Bird! The snake! Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Oh
That
my
was
goodness. That was
close.
closer than I thought it was gonna be.
The augment made a big difference.
Oh yeah.
Having true sights here in the last match. 35,000 damage on the Scoriox.
Wow.
Only 13,000 damage on the Forus. Means there was just a big difference in tankiness as well for the front line here. And also in heals received. We have like maybe 15,000 damage healed. So that also makes a big difference.
Yeah, and he sacrificed his Octius so that the Scoriox could be left alone enough to load up, but still not enough, too much tanky in there.
It was so close, but again, when it came down to the final couple of units, the Forest was always alive. And it was just unstoppable for the most part. I don't think I've seen that thing fall in like 3 rounds. Or no, not true, because the Ranger clutched out the 1. But of the last 4 rounds, it probably was still surviving in 3 of them.
Yes, sir. Well, good on Fox Spirit. He's coming. He practiced a lot. He came back stronger after the last tournament. And he's here to win it all. And we are going into a little break. And when we are back, we're gonna go into the last game of today. The last game of the best of 2 finals in best of 2 games in the semifinals right here. After which we will have crowned our top 8 players. Go nowhere, everybody, and we'll see you also back then for an interview with Aaron Warwick, co-founder of Illuvium himself. That's it. Not able to not focus the right unit and finish off that monkey. And yeah, in the end, Nareba takes a big hit and now he's down to 57 health. At which point he has to start looking into stabilizing because you don't want to go much lower, I think. You don't want to risk it all and go too much down in your health pool.
I was going to say, at what health do you start panicking? For me, it's 50.
50, I'm starting to think, all right, it's time to slowly think of a solution. But yeah, I think panic is when you lose like 1-2 more games after 50, you're like, all right, now it's really time. Now let's get out of here. And it's going to be a tough one right here versus the Rogues. Let's see if he can make it.
Yeah, Rogues going up against a couple Porks here and the Scions. Wolverine dives in immediately. Bunker composition like we see here with Fox Spirit. I mean, this Monarch's going to dive in towards that TNT in the back, and if they're not careful, it's just going to get surrounded and popped. But at the same time, who doesn't mind being surrounded by a bunch of people? The ramp fight. So get that lined up properly.
There it is.
And you could be golden, but there is plenty of room for error as we get into this one.
Last second swap, Ramfire over here. So keep your eye out for this area right here. Ramfight is gonna lay down a lot of damage right now. Look at the health bars. And half of the enemy team is dead, which will likely be enough for Nareba to beat Fox Spirit right here.
That's one of the crazy things just about the ramp fight in general, right? Because in all honesty, you just need one ability to go off. You don't need to have any sort of consistency with it, but you... And
he has Omnivamp, Lightning Speed, and Combat Rhythm, so definitely very good augments for the Rogues right here. We got a Vermilia, we got a Rake fully augmentized, so this is the main carry that we see. Also, we got Inferno here with Vermilia, so really good team from Patch Tourist.
Yeah, in theory, it could go very quickly dealing with all of these Rogues, and so far it's been looking rather healthy for the green side, for Nareba in this instance, and now it's just a matter of dealing with the tankier ones. That Rake's still there, and it does have the untargetable. They could do something silly if it's not careful, trying to deal with the Mammoth, but it is going to fall, and we are going to see an elimination.
We are, and...
hang on for a little bit more.
Patch Tourist knocked out Nareba, able to hang on. Anubis now down in last spot with 4 HP. Before we have...
I mean, I guess it's perfect kind of setup that you would want here. And it's nice and protected. You've got the deer ahead of it there, the Adora trying to keep it and everybody else alive. It's all huddled in. However, there is a Rampy. It's not evolved, but I'm still threatening.
Yes, it has a little bit of Omega power. 30 plus, so not that bad. And there is a big slashing as well. And we have some AoE damage from the Verminio. Interesting position here, putting the Ramphie on the outside. Let's see where it goes. So it's just gonna hit like 1 or 2 units. But it seems like... I don't know. They're burning away pretty fast. No chance here for Siren.
Yeah, the burst damage is just too much, and one of the alluvials that oftentimes, at least personally, I slept on the thing for so long.
Yeah, double bear. Quietly, he's just getting that bear in the back.
Going against Alnert, though, who also has a bear already. Going against his Gildy, which, once you are in the tournament, there is no friends anymore. There's only enemies. Only people that stand in the way of you and the trophy. So, yeah, you cannot take too much care about that. Interesting build here from the enemy. A lot of Scions.
I was gonna say, this is where things get problematic, though, for the Periox, if they were to have gotten bursted by the Scions, but it looks like all of the damage has been put elsewhere, as we are going to see the rest of these Scions slowly but surely get picked off here. This Periox is just gonna have a field day. Just a matter of dealing with the Ranger, and there it goes.
Good night. All right.
Good night. Look at that full health in the end, too. He's just to worry about everything at the same time, augments, positioning, and rolling illuvials and getting your team built. And I'm usually giving out the positioning in the end. That's what kills me. But look at these players, they just know how to do all of that and manage their time.
Absolutely. It's so easy to get overwhelmed and then misposition or just not trust your instincts. We are having in this battle here, we have a little bit of a battle between two dueling Perioxes, and it's the back line versus the front line plus Periox. The Periox on the side of Zyrain, though, is going to be targeted now. They're both dueling each other. How did it win that?
Did you see
so
the
close.
speed? Oh my god, did you see the speed it went? That was bananas.
It just kicked in its overdrive.
Take this Umber down with the Aegis imprint. 4 Aegis on the side of Slicks, I would assume. Here comes the Ramfight cast, doing a whole lot of damage. It's gonna be enough.
It may not have necessarily... Yeah, exactly. May not have necessarily been a one-shot by any means, but again, the follow-up Chopper 2, especially from the Penguin, got it. The job done.
That was crazy. We got damage-wise. Both Rangers leading the charge with Steam Aegis and Dust Revenant. And then we have a Singe higher than the Umber, which is kind of sad to see, considering you have Steam activated. So something went wrong here.
Also, real quick, 07s to Alner, our first elimination here in this.
It's gonna be very unlikely. It's a best of 2 scenarios, so you want to be in the top spots for both of those games, and usually one loss will take you out, but we'll see about that later when we check out the leaderboard.
Look at that beautiful bear that he has in the back line with the Harbinger imprint. Lemko.
Yes.
Right.
That is Lemko. What is he playing? 5 Bulwarks, Scion, Harbinger. He wants to get that.
Yeah, 5 Bulwarks, Scion, 2 Harbinger, 5 2 Fighters.
Oof, but look at that damage from that Slashin. Slashin versus Shoto.
Wow.
Slashin wins and has so much lifesteal. Look at that.
Oh my god, not only did they win, that wasn't even close. That is double ramp fight on the field here for Fancy Pants.
This is going to be
This
an
is what I
interesting
want to
match.
see. I want to see the Fancy Pants against these crazy 4 Invokers.
I feel like this is going to end quickly. For who, I have no idea. This will be absolutely interesting to see.
Well, Invoker needs a little bit of time, and we don't have any damage augments on the ramp fights. They have immune augment and something else. The double immune augment. Here comes the first cast. Takes down the Gazier. Second cast. Takes down nothing. And now the Invokers need one more cast to finish it off. And there it is. Oh my god.
I mean, still
didn't get a reset.
One more shot.
Close!
There it is. Oh my god. Now the Invokers are out. I'm so sad.
No.
Yep, we have like 5 auto hits. Here he comes with 200 Omega power.
And he's airborne. Ooh.
Nothing died, not even the Arcos.
Wow.
But just that raw damage of auto hits from all of his units, like nothing stands a chance. And he's so tanky still. Like it's not only damage, like These units are tanking as well.
Wait,
Umber.
the little Umber that could? Oh, the charm though.
Whoa, whoa, the
Oh,
little
oh,
Umber that
oh.
could.
Whoa!
What?
No, no, it's done.
He's
Oh my god.
No.
Oh my
Oh.
god. No!
What is going on?
It's
No. Oh. It
Oh my goodness, I have
gives me
never.
flashbacks. Could do enough damage, but it might not be enough. There might be 2 more rounds. Let's see how long the
Definitely after
Titan
that
lives.
It's holding them in the corner as best as possible. Monarch gonna fly across and not really hit too many members, I feel like, of the red side. So this red side here for Slicks is hanging on much better compared to the last round. Here comes the ramp fire up to the skies, but again, we've seen this before, but granted it's already triggered into its untargetable. Do they have the CC to deal with it? This time they do, and exactly enough to deal with it. Fancy Pants wins the lobby.
Down to 0 HP, dealing exactly the damage he needed, and the nightmare is over.
Yeah, double bear. Quietly, he's just getting a bear in the back.
Going against Alnert, though, who also has a bear already. Going against his guildie, which once you are in the tournament, there is no friends anymore. There's only enemies. Only people that stand in the way. Hello and welcome back to the IPL 500. We have our last game coming up, but before we do that, we're gonna check out really quickly the scores of the first game. Well, basically the other lobby. So right here, we can see it on the very right side. Score number 3 is what we're looking at. We got I'm a Fishy in first, then comes Siren in second, actually, and Narkesh in third. Lynx in fourth, Hollow in fifth, Slicks in sixth, Dasho in seventh, and Stahl in eighth. Did you expect this to see right now for the other lobby?
Okay, so I expected I'm a Fishy to be up there, although I did not have them winning the lobby. I am very pleasantly and happily surprised. And then, I mean, for the sake of Thulki to see Zyron up there, I'm like, heck yeah, let's see it. But I did not expect the rest of this lobby to go out in the fashion that it did. I definitely wonder what ended up going down there because, yeah, like Hollow was leading the entire tournament when it came to that top 32, is now in a very wary spot. Similar situation to Slicks, which is very, very scary. And it's going to make things interesting going into this next one.
Yeah, for the next one, we're going to spectate them. So we're going to see how they're gonna dig their way out of this, because I'm really curious how Slicks is gonna attack this lobby now that he's in 6th place. As we all know, he's one of the favorites and you can never count him out. I have learned this over the last 6 months of watching him play in tournaments. And then we got Siren and I'm a Fishy in the top, and also Narkesh and Lynx PQP. Like, all of these players were not really the favorites, I think, at least. Like,
No.
I would have expected kind of flipped around where Hollow and Slicks are more on top. But yeah, it's really cool to see, and I'm really excited to see game number 2 in this last best of 2.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with you. Like, I expected Hollow, I expected Slicks to maybe not necessarily have won the lobby, but be like within the range of the podium. So to have fallen in 5th and 6th respectively is definitely an upset. An upset. But I'm officially taking first. You know they've got to be sitting pretty, because at this point, from at least the vibe that we've gotten from the rest of the tournament, just don't get 8th, and you should be okay.
Yes.
But still, don't hold your breath on that.
The same goes for Fox Spirit and the other lobby that we just spectated. And there it was more the expected outcome, I would say. Fox Spirit with Nareba and Siku Perico. And so, yeah, it at least from my perspective, it's not as much as an upset as the other lobby. So I'm very, very excited to watch the other lobby and see how they do it.
Like, I wouldn't have had maybe as the favorites of that lobby as heavily of favorites per se, but in terms of like where we would guess, like you said, the lobby basically shaped up the way that we had expected. So yeah, I'm gonna be looking forward to going into the lobby there with Slicks later on here.
And no matter what's gonna happen, the finals are looking stacked. That's gonna be such a blast commentating and watching this tomorrow. So don't forget, guys, this is just right now the semifinals. You can see it on screen. You are the red dots. So right now we are 16 players in going into the best of 2. Well, actually, we're in the middle of the best of 2. And after this next game, we have the 8 players. After which we're going to have a best of 3 game tomorrow to crown our grand champion. So don't forget, this is just a warm-up. Tomorrow it's going down. The best of the best are going to battle it out for a big prize pool. And we have even bigger prize pools coming up in September and October. We have a tournament every single weekend, with the smallest being a $2,000 IPL 250, the big ones being IPL 500 for $5,000 that we have today. And then in October, we have the first IPL 1000 for $20,000 with 1,000 IPL points on the line.
That's what I love about this Illuvium Pro League system. Like, a lot of people may have seen Illuvium for the first time this week, gave it a shot, and maybe it didn't necessarily like go the best for them results-wise. But it's not like this is a one-and-done chance. There's still so many opportunities where you can get involved, like playing ranked throughout the week and then try to hit it again for the next weekend. Yes, it's tough, but at the end of the day, for whether it be professional athletes or esports players, it's a grind no matter which way you put it. And if you manage to get through that sit and go qualifier, it just means that you're up there with some of the best now. And congratulations for it.
And for everyone who is watching, please don't give up, right? I know all these players are playing really good, but first of all, the top 100 had a chance to get rewarded in some way with fuel and also with being in the money, being the top 64. Also, whoever participated in the sit and goes will be in a raffle for a $250 Illuvial pack. I have advocated for those Illuvials to be perfect stats, 6 out of 6 perfect stat Illuvials. So that's definitely, even if you're not playing, something really cool to have and something to look forward to just holding on. So no matter what you do, you can get involved, you can be part of the fun, and then in the end, maybe not in the grand finals, but it's hopefully a good viewing experience at least. And yeah, I think it has been really good.
Yeah, I know even personally, just playing the ranked mode and occasionally getting that little bit of kickback of fuel just gives me that extra drive to whether it be open go for a drone run or go to the overworld myself. Because personally, that's where my greatest amount of fun is going out to catching them myself. But with Illuvium as a whole, the entire universe is still just evolving. So perfect time to get in.
Yeah, and it has never been as easy as now to compete. So if you're thinking about it, give it a chance. There is a lot of good guides and help out there on YouTube, or come into the Discord and talk to the people. Everybody is super happy to help any newcomers and let them know what's up. It's fairly easy to pick up. It's a strategy game. You don't need those high reflexes. You need your thinking power. You gotta put on your thinking caps and then you dive in. And right now, there is good players, but to get into a 64 tournament, the chances will never be better than now because there's better and better people coming in. So yeah, if you want to pick it up, and maybe we see you next week live here on stream.
And one thing I found personally, as someone who's probably the average, like, competitive gamer of sorts, like, even though I know I'm not the best, I might get a lobby and I see these players that are in this tournament in the lobby. I treat this like a fighting game. It's like, yes, I am going to get destroyed. However, there is so much I can learn here and take those opportunities. And all of a sudden, when you start matching people that might be actually your rating, you oddly start dominating those lobbies. So as the population for the player base increases, you'll go up the charts.
Yes, sir. And I've seen it so many times over the years by now that there's new people coming in asking the most basic questions, and a month later they're kicking my ass in the arena. Like, people have been learning sometimes even too fast, I would say, but it's lovely to see, like, newcomers just, or the Padawans becoming the masters after just a very short time often.
It's always a feel-good story.
All right, I think the players are joining the next match. We're gonna do the same, and we're gonna swap over to the in-game studio. where we, as always, get greeted by my beautiful ranger with his purple mustache. Just brightens my day every time I see that character. And we're loading into the game right now. This is the final game for today. Tomorrow will be the grand finals. And let's see if Slicks can qualify for those. If I'm a Fishy stays on top with his first place in the first game, almost guaranteed. I don't want to jinx him. And then we got Siren in second place, and Narkesh, and everybody in this lobby trying to make it to tomorrow.
And if I saw that correctly, the region going into this next game very well could be volatile, but not immediately. Once we start getting into those later rounds, specifically round 25, Christmas comes early and you get dumped with 3 legendary augments randomly. So for those maybe in the top 5 or like your final 6, final 5 or so, if there's ever a power spike, that is going to be 1.5.
Yep. So you can talk us through. I just need to restart the game real quick, and then we're gonna be right back live on stream.
Yep, not a problem. So of course, just getting out of the initial PvE rounds so far. So nothing too crazy going on. Going through the compositions specifically, trying to see if anybody got lucky with maybe finding themselves a tier 3 or tier 4 off the rip. But so far, it does not look like anything too crazy. No tier 4s. Like I know we saw one player get the polar bear super early in the last game. But the craziest thing that I'm seeing right now is Style, who managed to already have a heady. And then where
that's a good find if you're going for those 5 bulwarks. That's what you need. All right, we are able to connect.
Yeah.
And we have round number 4, our favorite round, where you find that sweet weapon of yours. And we see a funny one here for Siren, the Aqua Blaster. I haven't seen that one in a while. Not able to take the first round.
Use it. It can make for quick and easy tsunami style if you would like to. But again, I don't feel like people are intentionally rather, going for water nowadays.
Yep.
Now, I don't know about you. I still see score. Or are you still booting up?
No, I'm inside, and Siren just lost even though he won. I think something fishy is going on. Maybe let's backdate I'm a Fishy and see what's happening.
Sounds good. I'm just referring to the scene for the stream.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You are right.
I got you.
You are a lifesaver. A little fun story, or actually, well, now it's fun. It wasn't as fun when it happened. One time I was hosting a tournament, and the end boss for me was the score sheet who blocked the final moments of the final game. It was heartbreaking. I'll learn from it, you would think, but apparently not. But luckily I have you here to remind me. Thank you very much.
Hey, it's one of those things that you get paranoid as a stream producer for.
Mm-hmm.
So even to myself, I always have to double check. Tab over. I switched over. I didn't actually accidentally switch back over, did I? But it happens.
Yeah. It happens too much, but yeah, we are here and we see Narkesh in the top, Siren in the top. So very similar to what we've seen on scoreboard, but obviously this is the first rounds. This says nothing. And let's quickly check the weapons. We got the Earth Scion weapon that we have seen very successful on Fox Spirit, here with Lynx in the bottom. Then we got Style with the Earth Bulwark weapon, which we haven't seen a lot yet. It has been nerfed a lot. We got the Vinebound Cleaver, Nature Rogue on the Shao. Slicks with the Rogue Earth weapon. I'm a Fishy is rocking the Fire Buckler, the Ember Buckler Fire Bulwark. Hollow with Rogue Water. Siren with also the Earth Bulwark weapon, and then we got Narkesh with the Aqua Blaster. Or is he?
Yeah, so one of those a little bit different than the others. We don't see a whole heck of a lot of Aqua Blaster, but maybe a quick, nice way to get yourself towards a mud composition.
Yep. That could be it. Yeah. That has been the way it was played, right? On the last patch, at least, 4 mud with Invoker, Mud, Ranger. Getting the C4s plus Ranger to be Invoker. See if that happens again, but the problem is if you contest it on those Earth, and usually you are, a lot of people are usually going for those Earth units, be it the rogues with the gorilla, the fighters with the monkey. Like usually all these monkeys are very well sought after in most compositions. They're very splashable, as I would say, and
Hey, you got it.
so yeah, it's often a bit risky to go for mud, I think.
So I know personally, like it's sort of anti-meta, but I just love to load up on water because I know nobody's going for it. With maybe the exception of the Atlas and Carlo, but a lot of those like middle units, like nobody really hard focuses on them. But even still, I could have a bunch of stage 3s and still absolutely get crushed in the game. And I know part of that is absolutely skill issue, don't get me wrong. I am not going to go full plat chat and cry balance about it, but we'll see how this one ends up lining up. Seeing some of these items, like say the fire buckler, for example, like in theory, that can be a trigger for a wildfire comp if somebody wanted to go that way.
Yeah. Wildfire, magma is a very possible outcome. It's a little bit later, but you're gonna get a good composite sooner or later with that Singe. I always mix those two up.
Yep.
I tried to have like a reminder with Singe from League of Legends to remind me which one of them is stage 2, but I keep mixing it up. A little fun story. Do you know the 3 evolutions of Tattoo P by heart? Because there is...
Yeah, Tattoo P, TNT, Sephoris.
Exactly. And the reason why they're called this way is they are in reverse order the strength of the explosive that they represent. So Tattoo P...
Okay.
Tattoo P is the most... the strongest explosives of those 3. Then the next one is TNT and last one is C4.
Yeah, very, very clever. I see what y'all did there.
Yeah, interesting way. Like I really like the naming of the Illuvials. They're very iconic, I think. Great design. Great job on the design. Whew. I can feel the few hours that we've casted already.
This is the grind, absolutely, but still, thankfully, it's exciting times here in this IPL 500, and the fact this is the final one to decide, of course, who moves on to Championship Sunday.
How did you like the
corner?
How did you like the King of the Hill? Because I think
it was a good style, honestly, for the early game when nobody's truly threatened in terms of like getting eliminated or anything like that. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, let's start it now, but I agree. We should stop it and then really watch the people on the bubble more later on. Should we start from the top with Siren right here?
We absolutely could, as we were seeing them absolutely cook this composition here from Narkish. They dove on in, immediately falling to their deaths, and I do like this arcane Lynx to Scion version of the Lynx coming into play. I think it's the first time we're seeing it on stream. Personally, one of my favorites. The Lynx, oddly enough, my favorite animal in real life. So to be able to use them as a absolute powerhouse, specifically this Scion one, I absolutely love.
Yeah. One of my favorites, if not the favorite Illuvials, are all the stage 3 Lynxes. I think they're so well designed and made. And yeah, also the Illuvitars, like they look just great, I think. You can see it right here. We got 3 of them here, 4 of them, 5. Like definitely a crowd favorite.
Absolutely, and rightfully so. This time now, our King of the Hill, Zyran, is going to be going up just pure tank. We got 5 tanks on the side of Style Hype with a nice mixture of water, earth, and nature.
Yep.
But because there is so much tank, there is not a lot of damage, really relying on an Exalted Doka, actually, to bring the firepower.
And it has the augment to do so. So if it doesn't get targeted, positioning is very good on the outside. It might be able to stack up enough attack speed and actually do what it's supposed to do and take down those 4 bulwarks of Siren. We see Siren on the other side is doing a good job one by one with his Scion units here. Huge cast by the Lynx, actually. Not so much one by one, but just eliminating half of the HP pool of the enemy units in one go. And this looks like it's going to be enough.
That should have honestly been it there for style. However, that one brief moment where they all huddled in on the same target. Of course, normally you'd love to Zerg rush onto a target like that and take him out, but the Lynx sitting there at that gigantic AoE Psionic Blade just ate that for dinner. And there goes the Doka, there goes your damage. And that means that Zyron is going to still sit nice and pretty here at 99.
Yes, sir. And here comes the replay for that. I want to see that again because I was kind of lost in the sauce looking at the left side of the screen to the Doka, but let's see it now.
Right,
everything lining up for the Lynx for this cast. Boom. Oh. So much damage.
And the Fleece coming in with the finishing blow as well, because that initial chop there from the Lynx didn't actually even finish it, but the Fleece was right there.
Yeah.
It is making me eat my words for the amount of time I've slandered the poor thing. Because personally, I love the look of the Fleece. However, I feel like it definitely underwhelms. But again, skill issue, and it makes it work at the end of the day.
Looks absolutely gorgeous. I think they're a good combination as well because Lynx is more bursty and then the Fleece is a little bit more sustained damage as far as that goes. And it looks like Siren is again dominating here. As long as the Lynx hits 1 or 2 core units, usually the game is over before it even started because there's so much tankiness as well now with the 5 bulwarks. Yeah, there's not much openings for the enemy teams.
It's got that Mindseer augment attached to it as well, so just being able to get that first initial shot off, that very, very similar to what you would see with a ramp fight, just being able to chunk something so quickly and possibly take it off the board so quickly could be a game changer. Of course, the big difference, though, with the Lynx is that its targeting can absolutely be manipulated, and sometimes those psionic blades do not go anywhere near where you're hoping.
Yep. It's one of the worst case scenarios if the Lynx powers up a big cast into a unit that just died just before that and it hits nothing. But that's the risk with it. High risk, high reward.
Exactly.
Now we have another PvE round. Maybe we declare Siren the first King of the Hill winner here and we go down to the bottom to Slicks. And mix it up a little bit, because, yeah, Siren seems very comfortable.
That's probably a good idea. Give them 3.
Yes.
And then if they go longer than that, then okay, we'll switch.
All right, so down to Slicks, who is playing the Rogues here, which is interesting. We don't see Slicks play Rogues very often. I remember in one post-tournament interview after he took down a win, he was talking about never playing Rogues, actually. So a desperation move here, it seems, by our old favorite.
Either that or maybe it just happens to be the composition that kind of fell into their lap. And I know personally, I absolutely hate it where like Rogues is my summer thing too when I want to be playing like Bunker or Mages or something. But then if you give me like 3 of the Penguins immediately, like very early into the game, it's like, am I really going to say no to this? It's right here. It's like, okay, yeah. I guess I'll go for it. Even though I don't want to, and then I pilot it like awfully, and I end up losing. But we got ourselves a little bit of a rogue showdown now. This time with Ola the Show.
Yeah, and it's the worst that you don't want to see that if you're playing rogue. Suddenly, you see the other rogue right there, and he's already a little bit ahead of you. Like the show has a bunch of stage 2 Illuvials already ready. But Slicks is nicely focusing the augmentized Care Bear here, and he also has a stab in already, so Slicks might actually be able to pull this off. It looks very good for him. And actually, yeah, it's looking dire for the show because Slicks already pulled ahead, and Slicks, with its experience, is very good at knowing when to roll And yeah, he probably saw the show there and just pulled ahead. 7 rogues, slashing. What else you need?
Yeah, the only thing that Care Bear is counting down to is its own demise. You got immediately targeted out. The Revo was immediately on top of it.
300 damage.
It just got absolutely no value, unfortunately.
Yep. A little bit of a positioning difference here. Losing your augmentized unit right off the bat is obviously the worst thing that can happen to you. And here we are back with an Exalted Earth Doka that we saw. I think this was the one from earlier. This guy has evolved.
Yep, that's Styles. Yep, he has evolved with augments. He had the Chrono Flux before, but now they opted to just make it an absolute tanky menace as well, apparently. But it does have a little bit of backup. The TNT in the background is there. You have the Axon. You got the Crunk as well.
Yeah, you got 2 Granite, 3 Earth, 6 Bulwarks, double Harbinger. So definitely really good composition here from Styles.
I like the last minute repositioning as well here. Get your DPS to the front so that the tanks catch all the rogues in the back. So the only thing that the Doka has to worry about is charging in after the fact rather than getting focused immediately. Here comes the big old blinds coming out from the Crunk. Does target a lot of these rogues, but nobody on the green side really falling. The early Ramfy is going to do some pretty decent damage on to the Kling. The Exalted Doka is going to fall, leaving the only DPS on the ground here for Style as that TNT. And we're just seeing them absolutely clean up. That might have only been a Ramfy, but that's a double Apex Supercharger. That thing still hits like a truck.
Yes, that guy, that little dragon or Pterodactyl packs a punch with those 2 augments. And it's interesting. There's a lot of damage done from the side of Styles here. I'm not sure if this bugged or if Crunk really did 4,000 damage as much as...
I mean, it was in a good spot.
Ramfy.
Like, that Omega hit a ton of units, but it just did not matter.
Yeah. Very interesting. Now we are in the augment phase here. Completed augments.
Style got Chrono Flux, so that's a double Chrono if he wanted to eventually optimize for that.
As we talked earlier about how augments should be stacked on one unit because they enhance each other, double Chrono Flux is the epitome, maybe not use that word, for this. Like, one stack is gonna stack attack speed, it's just a perfect storm.
The amount of machine gun Fur Knights I've seen where they've just hit the max level, so it looks like they're having a breakdancing session in the middle or in the corner of the arena. I've seen way too many of those, and it's super effective.
Yep.
Stage 3 links now here for I'm Fishy.
Looking good for I'm a Fishy. He wants to seal the deal and definitely secure not last place, which will get him into the finals with the links and the card looks.
It does have that Wildfire proc as well, so that Ranger's going to be able to keep themselves in the game maybe a little bit longer, but my eyes are personally going to be on to the Penguin. How is it getting dealt with, as well as that Ramfy up to the top? It is going to be able to immediately just plow on through that card locks, but it is going to cost it its life. So it's all up to the Penguin, really, DPS-wise. It is not falling. It was hanging right there, but it is not going to be enough here for I'm a Fishy. Yes, the Penguin fell, but then there's still the Winx, there's still the Revo, and the Ranger.
All right, I guess second King of the Hill is Slicks right here. Let's find ourselves the new person in the bottom style right now. And maybe we can help him as well with our reverse Caster's Curse. And give him a little win streak right here.
One can hope, but at the same time, we might immediately just watch the plummets if I do Caster Curse them, so I am so sorry if that's the case. But they are having a lot of faith here into that Doka. They did just get a Fern, though. I'm curious if they're going to switch that up. Yeah, appropriately enough. Super Chicken coming online here in just a few moments. I just got to try and hopefully get that thing evolved to a stage 2 if possible. Meanwhile, the actual Crazy Bird, I think we've seen this before. Look at that Forest on the side of Hollow Hype. That thing is going to be a menace.
Yeah, it's probably gonna get a nice entry into the backline right here. Gonna be able to sneak around the Krunk and the Axon. There is another Axon though blocking its way, but its ability will already cast into the backline. So getting a lot of damage out of that Forest already. We have a crucial Lura right here. Only a stage 1 unit, but taunting 3 of the most important units from Style right here. So it seems like the core units of Style have been dealt with, and the core units of Hollow right here, the Forest, is still going good.
Yeah, Forest and the Fur Knight from the side of Hollow is just going to tear through this slowly but surely. There's plenty of reinforcement where that's came from. And just, again, if you can keep your fighter, keep your Forest nice and safe, it is definitely terrifying to have to deal with here.
Yep.
Unfortunate for Style, because that means that at 28 health, that is a terrifying spot to be in what I would consider so early in this game still.
Yeah. And we saw his Krunk die last, so definitely a little bit of a positioning mistake here, or rather out-positioned by his opponent. Who did he just fight? The new King of the Hill?
That's... Oh, shoot.
Well, we can't just go 1-up to Mr. Lynx right here.
It was Hollow.
It was Hollow?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. With the Lura. He's too far up though. Let's stay with Lynx. PQP, I think we haven't spectated him all day. I haven't really seen him play.
Right, yeah.
Let's see what he can do. And it's always fun to see a corner versus rogues. I feel like I'm getting excited already to see what's gonna happen. Are they gonna break the corner positioning or not?
Gosh, this is absolutely disgusting too. 5 Bulwark, 5 Scion here for Lynx PQP, which also included, at least it did a second ago, I don't know where it went, but that was a Snolf that was loaded up with items.
Yeah.
I feel like it just disappeared on me here. Did they opt against it, or where did it go? Or am I just blind? That is always possible. I guess my eyes were truly the skill issue after all. But anyway, here comes the show. Diving on through. It's going to be the Rangers sneaking into the back line, but that Rampite is in a pretty nice position. The fact that these units here in the front line are already down the half before this Omega even goes off has me nervous, and here it comes. Burns it down right across the front line, and this side here for green is not going to be long for this world. That's going to beat the show. Taking a nice shot here onto Lynx.
Very well played, and the Rangers sneaking into the backline was even more key, it seems like, than the Rampite, dealing 9,000 damage, just sitting in there, having also a little bit of AoE damage with the Spore Revenant. Absolutely madness.
Of course, it's not even that big of a gap. Like, we look at it here for a second. Like, that is next to nothing. You pretty much have blocked everything in the game. Except the Ranger.
Yep.
Absolute heartbreaker there. Granted, it was only slapping the Mammoth or the TNT, but still, it already broke the fortress at that point here, and it just kind of snowballed from there.
The Rogues coming in clutch. We have Narkesh sitting on top with the Rogues as well, having a slash and ready already. Second in line is Slicks, also with the Rogues. It seems like Penguin is just dominating, and it has taken a while. We haven't seen many Rogues dominating so far, but finally.
I feel like we're seeing a pattern. Uh-oh. But we will have to see. Does that translate into tomorrow? We'll have to see as we get in there. But first, worrying about right here, right now, Lynx PQP trying to get that Periox and the little TNT that could to try and burst through this. But I highly doubt it, considering I believe that is either the Rake or the Umber is tearing on through. It did finally actually go down here, and that Periox is left alone, and it somehow just got deleted off the board. So the Periox on the side of red here is going to end up doing the damage. I'm guessing that was the Rake just absolutely shattering the hopes and dreams here of Lynx.
Yeah, also the Steam Invoker did a lot of work, I think, with the 7,000 damage. And the only thing that really fired back was also the Magma Harbinger, also the Scion Ranger here on the side of Lynx. And yeah, the Periox just not delivering with 3,000 damage. Let's see who we're spectating now. Let's freestyle it a little bit.
Personally, I'm kind of looking at down at the very bottom here. I want to see if Styles can pull this off, or we have ourselves a first elimination.
Oh, he is matched versus win streak on Narkesh right now.
This is terrifying. Yeah.
Triple augment slashing coming in hot. Is gonna be met by the enemy Ranger. Or not, actually by the Axon right here. And positioning looks pretty good. But I don't know. The slashing might just be too much damage to pull this off. Here comes the ram fight damage, also providing a little bit, and yeah, no chance for Styles right here. It seems like that's gonna be 12 damage. He's gonna be knocked out in last place.
I definitely feel bad. Literally everything that Styles tried to do to make a carry, somebody else was already going for. Those double chrono fluxes, all the DPS items was onto a little Pyre. And that's definitely heartbreaking. You want to have something that can maybe hit a little bit harder than just the poor Pyre off the start. But everybody was playing whatever style wanted.
Yep, he was hard contested, and we can see it. He just missed a few units to get some more stage 2 units. Especially his main carry was a little bit missing. And he's just behind in tempo. The whole lobby already one step ahead. We look at I'm a Fishy's team right here. Stage 3s all across the board. If you lose streaking, at least make it worthwhile and get all those duplicates. You see, he's one Gnarl away, one Cling away from the Gnarl. He misses 2 more Archies, so he's looking really good if he gets a few more rolls, a few more rounds under his belt.
Absolutely, but we need the position as best as possible here. Once again, the lobby leader, Narkesh, looking to tear on through, and if there's any character, of course, that can do it, we've been talking about it the entire stream, but this Penguin, the slash-in is here, ready to rock, but those are some big bodies. First attack here coming out from the Lynx. It chunks down the Malura, but it does not take it down. Over in the corner, the Koala is just kind of dealing with the 2 Rogues by itself, but they're holding the line, but can they hold off the Penguin? The Riptor is right there. It is immediately going to fall. Archers is going to fall. The Lynx has been focused. Can it get its ability off? No, it will not. But can the Care Bear get the Penguin from behind here? The Ox is trying its best to hold it. The taunt stops the Omega. And is it enough? No! This dang Penguin cannot be dealt with.
Narkesh takes down another one, but Arma Fishy holds on to his dear life with 8 HP. He's not out yet. And don't forget, Arma Fishy won. Penguin, it feels like there's some personal trauma we're working on right now. I feel you. This dang Penguin. But Arma Fishy, if you remember, he won the last lobby. So right now it's looking very scary for him. If he goes out in 7th place, he might not make the cut. So he definitely is trying his hardest right now to, let Siren go out before him, which was 2nd place last round. So both of them kind of on the bubble and kind of on the bubble for the finals.
Yeah, that is gotta be one of the heart in your throat kind of moments here for both Siren and Arma Fishy, because yes, like you're saying, they led the lobbies in the last one. In theory, they should be sitting pretty, but you don't want to leave anything to chance. And God forbid you fall. At least no one's falling out in 8th from those 2. But nothing is guaranteed still for the rest of these players. So
if we look at Slick, if we compare it with Slicks, they know Slicks was 6th place. But now if they finish 7th, then Slicks only has to do as good or one better. Like, everything is still, because the lobby is turned around, everything could still happen. I think the only one who is locked in is Stahl, won't make it, and Narkesh is looking really good to making it, because I think he was 3rd last round, and he's now on a huge win streak on 80 health, so he's looking very solid. The Show sitting up there, who I think was last place last round. So everything seems to be turned around, and it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to make the cut and go into the top 8 for the finals.
Oh, one of them get eliminated now.
Oh, Siren versus Arma Fishy. That is crazy. That is for their tournament live, this match right here. It's gonna be a wild one. And we have Lynxes versus Lynxes. Both have a stage 3 Arcane Lynx. We have Siren found all his stage 3s that he was looking for. He has an empty bench, an empty wallet here with the Gnarl and the Car Deluxe and a, oh my god, and a Crunk with Colossus. So we have 5 Bulwark, 4 Colossus. If he doesn't find an entry onto the links, I think Siren is dead right here because these guys are too tanky.
That is an absolute unit of a front line to have to deal with, and you also got to deal with the Chukundi in the back line going after your healers. Granted, that even the shot from the links did mess with the Adordo, so that healer is not safe unless it retargets. One more shot coming out here from the side of I'm Fish. He goes directly into the tank, so I mean this healer is going to survive for a little bit longer. Chukundi is now taking care of one of the healers. It goes towards the Adordo now. In this backline here, the Pyre has just been opening fire. However, it may not necessarily have the firepower because there's just too many tanky bodies here, but slowly but surely through the verdant puddle and through the fire, the wildfire,
oh my
they
god,
are slowly chipping away at this. They might turn it around. It's just a matter of dealing with the links, and they absolutely will.
Siren did
went
it
from 1st to 7th.
Oh my god, and Siren holds his space with the Furiox, with the constant damage of the Furiox just being enough, because he also had a good front line and even better heals to just out-sustain the damage of I'm a Fishy and kicking him out. Wow.
Definitely a heartbreaker. So now I'm a Fishy, who of course was second in last weekend's IPL 250, on the bubble of even making it in tomorrow. We'll have to see how that... So scary. As again now, Narkesh again in a possible elimination, this time versus Zarin again.
All right, we're going to see it right here. The units, the rogues coming in, but they are met by all of the bulwarks right here. So what you got to look out for is our Furiox again and the Adorado. If they stay alive and can heal and damage, everything is gonna be good, but it does not really look like it. The rogues slowly chipping away, and it seems like they're making their way, especially with that darn Penguin into the backline, knocking out Siren in 6th place.
Yeah, I mean, the Bulwarks did a good job catching, but at the same time, they just unfortunately were not tanky enough to hold the line here. And Arkesh, I mean, not only are they on a hot streak, they're on a kill streak here. And one more thing to note as well, Siren was not the only one we lost in that one. Hollow, who I believe was one of our favorites to kind of get out of here, has fallen in 4th.
Yep.
Or 5th, rather.
It's gonna be a tiebreaker madness. I think there's... In my head, everybody's gonna end up with the same points. It feels like 8 is gonna go last, last is gonna go first. It's gonna go really crazy. Like, this is a final game of the semifinals that we have been waiting for. And it's quite funny how Narkesh is really just killing one after the other. Now he's putting his sight onto the show, and he might just boot him out again with those rogues of his.
I mean, a bad loss for Deshow very well could be the killing blow here, but if they could keep this even, they might have at least one more left in them. Synchronized diving coming out here from the ramp fights, diving all over the place, but unfortunately here for Deshow, I see nothing but a sea of green, led by this menacing little penguin once again, as the Revel goes in for the finishing blow. Is that enough for Deshow? Nope, they're out of here in 4th place.
Narkesh again I think he killed like 4 people out of the 5 out. This penguin is a samurai as deadly as they have ever been, and it's lovely to see. Lovely to not be on the receiving end and be able to watch this from our safe position right here.
It's okay. I'm still getting getting flashbacks just watching this, but this menacing little penguin, of course, and the killing blows here for Narkesh may not end here. Yeah, they're playing against Slicks, but Lynx has to go up against their Ghost. So we'll have to see how this goes.
All right, let's see it. Oh, I can watch. Oh, can I watch? Yeah, it works. Yeah, we got Scoriox here on the side of Lynx trying to hold the line. We have also a Matu able to throw away the penguin and hopefully CC them long enough. Look at that damage coming through here. Everything is melting away from Narkesh, and it looks like the Scoriox, still untouched, is going to be able to take him out and give him another round here if they can kill the Quinks. in the final
Wow. All right.
match. Wow. Might be able to kill Slinks. I hope Slicks goes up versus Lynx now. That would only be fair. So we can decide the second place.
Man, what a game we get to finish off here with. Absolutely incredible. Oof. I guess the idea for dealing with the Penguin is to just yeet the dang thing with your Mammoth. That's one way to do it. That was at least 3 or 4 Illuvials got stunned in that instance too. So that was just beautifully timed. But even then, Lynx, those weren't high health bars on those Illuvials left. That was still very, very close.
Yep, that was pretty crazy. And Slicks also fighting for his tournament life right here. Because if he gets out in 3rd place, I think Siren and I'm a Fishy might be above him. So it's about everything here. These players are giving it their best. I think Narkesh, the only one who already made it into the finals. He's just here for bragging rights at this point. But we'll see everything.
Solid first game. Being on the podium again is probably going to have them sitting rather pretty, which, again, going into this round, I don't think was on any of our pick'ems, to say the least. So, a fantastic job here, opening a lot of eyes here, Narkesh. And it's for a good reason. Nicely done.
It's lovely to see. I'm really hoping we get the Slicks Lynx battle right here. The fair battle for the 3rd and 2nd place. And we do not have it. It's versus the Ghost. So Slicks draws the worst RNG right here, and he is up versus Narkesh, the Slayer. Or the Vanguard, rather.
And of course, when you're going up against somebody's Ghost, they don't have the benefit of being able to position specifically around your composition. Now, Lynx does not have that benefit in their favor. Narkesh can do whatever they want to try and reposition around this bunker-style composition and get away with it, even though, at least as of this moment, they've not moved a single Illuvial.
Yep. Yeah, I was wrong. Lynx got the worst RNG. Slicks right here with versus the Ghost Army. We're seeing Lynx trying it once again with his Scoriox, trying to take down Narkesh. He was able to do it earlier versus the Ghost, so now he's gonna try it versus the real person. Ramp fight here, going up into nowhere really, but yep, it looks very much different if your enemy can position against you. That's gonna be it for Lynx in 3rd place. Slicks in 2nd, and now, well, currently in 2nd. Let's see how this unfolds.
Still a valiant effort, of course, there from Lynx. PQP gonna end up falling, but exactly like you said, as soon as there's a little bit of confirmation, being able to position around, just getting exactly where he wants. And even at certain points there, like the Malura and the ramp fight, like you said, it jumped up and it basically got no value. But there's just so much value on that team that there's plenty to make up for it. Malura's charm didn't really do much. Just kind of wandering around the back line. Did not matter. You still got plenty of damage to get the job done here. But of course, possibly our final round here if Slicks gets destroyed. But if they can keep it close, I think they still got one more at worst. And at best, it's time to throw a snowball and to watch a sing roll.
Yes, sir. It's gonna be interesting one. Slicks here, trying to make it work with the Rogue versus Rogue. But Narkesh has been one step ahead of Slicks. But they are playing a very similar comp right here. We have Air, Frost, Dust, 4 Revenant, Vanguard coming in for Narkesh. And also 4 Revenant coming in for Slicks.
Yeah, so the kind of final battle that everybody on the Discord's basically been worried about is going to come into fruition. And oh dear gosh, there goes the health bars of everybody on the side of Slicks. The Penguin gonna floss on their foes, and is that just enough?
1 HP left. All right. That's just for you guys in the chat, for you guys watching. We have one more round right here, possibly. Slicks versus Narkesh. I don't think he can take him down. Narkesh on that win streak now for too long already, and he has everything he ever wanted.
Yeah, he's been doing an absolute fantastic job, and it's not even all relying on these rogues either. I didn't even notice till now that it's a fully loaded or fully evolved Stage 3 polar bear even getting involved. So it's not just rogues. You got the bear ready to fight and brawl you too. Absolutely crazy team coming out here from Narkesh. We'll see one more time here. Can Slicks find the miracle and make this one happen?
Yeah, we see the Penguin in the backline, just two-shotting everything he touches. Here comes the ram fight, one-shotting half of the team of Narkesh, but it's not gonna be enough. Narkesh finishes off Slicks with half of his team alive. In the end, there was a Jotun, a Vermilion. He was just shopping for free.
Yeah, you had your rogues, you had your revenants, and then you had basically whatever you wanted afterwards. And in this instance here, you had that polar bear. He even had, I believe it was the Quinks in the background for a little bit of extra CC, or at least at worst, a little extra distraction in these early portions of the round. But yeah, literally as soon as the ramp fight took to the skies and shot down, I believe it was 3 of the Illuvials on the side of Slicks, it was over.
We had 11,000 damage coming from the ram fight, but there was 15,000 coming from the slash-in. Beautiful job here on augmentization for the slash-in, also bringing Frost online. Triple Frost, 4 Revenants with the increased attack range, attack speed, and triple or quadruple targets per attack. Yeah, just unbeatable. Really nice to see. And that is it. That's going to be the final game for the first day. We have the finals coming up tomorrow. We're going to check out now who are the top 8 that made it into the finals. And then we most likely going to have an interview with Aaron Warwick. It is like 5 a.m. in the morning for him, so maybe he's not going to make it today and rather tomorrow. This is really bad time for Australia.
Yeah, fair enough.
But we have a bunch of guests lined up for the finals tomorrow. So we have Kieran, we have Taryn, we have Neil coming up, game designer as well. So we have a bunch of Illuvium Labs members coming up tomorrow. That's a promise, even if we don't get an interview today. So tomorrow is the day. Today was only the warm-up, and it was a good one.
That's what I'm still trying to wrap my head around. I'm thinking here, it's like, oh, okay, that's a champion. Wait, no, this was still just technically the round of 16. Of course, round of 8, right around the corner for tomorrow.
The scoreboard is just getting finalized right now.
That's what I'm curious about.
Yes, we're going to look back in a second. And until then, we can talk a little bit more about this. So now we are here. The red dot has moved. We are at the 8 players. And we are ready for the best of 3 tomorrow to crown our grand champion. And again, here is the prize pool. First place gets a $2,000 right in their pocket. And second place, 1,000, third, 600, then 400 for the fourth. So definitely a good payday tomorrow for all of these top 8 players getting at least $200.
The fact that anybody who competed today gets even anything is incredible. I know that sounds like very, very vague and very like almost condescending, but you don't usually see prize pools go down to 64 people. Yeah, that is absolutely incredible. And
while still having 2,000 for the first one. So, sorry.
Oh yeah, you go get up high and you're absolutely killing it. But again, with like people I know get a lot like really nervous that, oh, this is just going to keep going to the same people. Okay, this kind of sounds like a skill issue. Let's deal with that. So like I want to see more. I am of course very, very excited to see our veterans continue the show and pave the way here for competitive Illuvium. But I am absolutely eager to see the new blood come in and start lighting the fire under everybody.
Yes, and I think a lot of these TFT pros that have showed up for the, like last week it was they showed up for the sit and goes, didn't really get through into the qualifiers. Now they all qualified and didn't really get through into the semifinals. And week after week, they're going to improve so much because they have the skills, they just don't have the knowledge yet. So every week you're going to see huge improvements from these pro players, and you gonna definitely be able to see them show up for the IPL 1000 when there's $20,000 on the line. Like we're going to see 100%. The big brains coming onto the stage. So I'm really excited for that.
Hey, like I keep seeing all over X, they keep saying it's just the beginning. Well, I still truly believe that.
Yeah, that's it. We're gonna check real quick. Do we have our updated scores already? 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like it. Take it with a grain of salt. It's still like being double checked and triple checked. But here
unofficial
is
results. Unofficial.
Yes, the official ones are on the Data Kings homepage, the tournament platform. You can always check the live data there. Here it comes. Is it? Wait. There we. I'll extend it a little bit. There we go. That makes it a little bit more clear.
My.
We got
Fishy,
Narkesh.
no.
Are you looking straight to the bottom? You're spoilering. Fishy out. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Siren
In
third.
theory, based off of this.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, we have a bun. Yeah, they're not ordered yet. All right. So we got Narkesh in first with 14 points. Ex Equo with Guisera, who has also 14 points. Then in third place, we have Fox Spirit with 12. Then we have Lynx with 11 points. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people with 10 points. And yep, the tiebreaker hit I'm a Fishy, and he's the one who seems like didn't make it.
Although I'm not trying to be admin on live, I see it says Fishy in game 5 with. Oh no, that's win, not placement. My bad.
Yeah. No, but then again, the tiebreaker would be highest single score, so he would win the tiebreaker with 8, I think. So I think this is still...
we'll take with a grain of salt. I'm sure we'll get the official post on the Discord.
Let's say it that way. Narkesh Lynx is definitely through. Guisera, Fox Spirit, and then the tiebreakers we still have a look. Who's definitely out? 10. Who's definitely out is Hollow with 8, Dasho with 7, Stahl with 2, Anubis with 9, Nareba with 8. Patat with 6 and Ores with 3. So definitely a lot of upsets happening right here. Nareba, our leaderboard first, not being able to bring it onto the tournament. Definitely sad to see, but nevertheless, everybody here, great performance, top 16. A lot of IPL points gets you a step closer to the December main event, to the World Finals.
Yeah, this has been an absolute fantastic day. Incredible competition from everybody. Even if you are already or you got knocked out in this round, that is still a run that you can absolutely still be proud of. And it helps too if there's a nice little prize attached to it. But I know people are eager and want more, but that's why I'm also extremely excited that there's more IPL action for weeks to come.
Yes, sir. That is it. Let me just click that replay button real quick and see what was our last replay.
I think this was our final battle of the Ram fight, basically popping 3 while the Penguin just did its thing.
Yeah.
Not to downplay it, but I think it was more so towards that center left of sorts. We'll see right here, the Ram fight goes up and boom. It took care of 3, but...
the other half was still there to do it.
Yeah. Sure, it did what it needed to do in a sense, but everybody else was already gone.
Yeah. That is it. All right. Let's do it this way. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and we're going to be right back with the final scores and possibly Aaron. And otherwise, we'll see you back tomorrow at 2 p.m. UTC. The stream will start this time, so 2 hours earlier than today. See you in a bit. Going against Alnert, though, who also has a bear already. Going against his Gildy, which once you are in the tournament, there is no friends anymore. There's only enemies. Only people that stand in the way of you and the trophy. So, yeah, you cannot take too much care about that. Interesting build here from the enemy. A lot of Scions.
I was going to say, this is where things get problematic, though, for the Periox. If they were to have gotten bursted by the Scions, but it looks like all of the damage has been put elsewhere, as we are going to see the rest of these Scions slowly but surely get picked off here. This Periox is just going to have a field day. Just a matter of dealing with the Ranger, and there it goes.
Good night. All right.
Good night. Look at that full health in the end, too. He's just...
could do enough damage, but it might not be enough. There might be 2 more rounds. Let's see how long the Titan lives.
It's holding them in the corner as best as possible. Monarch gonna fly across and not really hit too many members, I feel like, of the red side. So this red side here for Slicks is hanging on much better compared to the last round. Here comes the Rampfire up to the skies, but again, we've seen this before, but granted it's already triggered into its untargetable. Do they have the CC to deal with it? This time they do, and exactly enough to deal with it. Fancy Pants wins the lobby.
Down to 0 HP, dealing exactly the damage he needed, and the nightmare is over for Fancy Pants. He didn't want to see that happen again with the Umber. GG's.
To worry about everything at the same time, augments, positioning, and rolling illuvials and getting your team built. And I'm usually giving out the positioning in the end. That's what kills me. But look at these players; they just know how to do all of that and manage their time.
Absolutely. It's so easy to get overwhelmed and then misposition or just not trust your instincts. We are having in this battle here, we have a little bit of a battle between 2 dueling Perioxes, and it's the back line versus the front line plus Periox. The Periox on the side of Zyrator, though, is going to be targeted. Now they're both dueling each other. How did it win that?
Did you see the speed? Oh my god, did you see the speed it went? That was bananas.
It just kicked in its overdrive. Bunker composition, like we see here with Fox Spirit. I mean, this Monarch is going to dive in towards that TNT in the back, and if you're not careful, it's just going to get surrounded and popped. But at the same time, who doesn't mind being surrounded by a bunch of people? The ramp fight. So get that lined up properly.
There it is.
And you could be golden, but there is plenty of room for error as we get into this one.
Last second swap, Rampfire over here, so keep your eye out for this area right here. Rampfight is gonna lay down a lot of damage right now. Look at the health bars. And half of the enemy team is dead, which will likely be enough for Nareba to beat Fox Spirit right here.
Oh, and that's one of the crazy things just about the ramp fight in general, right? Because in all honesty, you just need one ability to go off. You don't need to have any sort of consistency with it, but you...
Yep, we have like 5 auto hits. Here he comes with 200 Omega power.
And he's airborne. Ooh.
Nothing died, not even the Arcos.
Wow.
But just the raw damage of auto hits from all of his units, like nothing stands a chance. And he's so tanky still. Like it's not only damage, like his units are tanking as well.
Wait.
Umber.
The little Umber that could? Oh, the Tornado.
Whoa, whoa, the little Umber that could.
Whoa.
What?
No, it's done.
He's okay.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god. No.
What is going on?
It's
No. Oh.
My goodness, I have
gives
never.
me flashbacks. Yeah, plus opening up another spot on the board because he's playing 2 of them right now.
In good positioning off the start here from Fox Spirit. That Krunk right in the background to catch both of those very, very dangerous rogues. The ramp fight has been dealt with, but at the same time, so has Fox Spirit's front line, and there goes the back line. We were just talking about the Ranger, some big damage coming up. Now the ramp fight kind of gets that value Omega they were looking for, and again, I thought Fox Spirit was going to end up losing this.
Yeah,
they turned it around, because guess who?
That
Forest.
That Forest.
It was again casting its ability through the target to the backline, killing some units on the side.
The Ranger's ability too, because that thing, if I recall correctly, shoots at 3
nowhere, and it seems like the magma might be enough to pull through. I can't tell. Scoriox all on its own now.
The bird,
the snake. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh
that was
close. Closer than I thought it was gonna be.
The augment made a big difference.
Oh yeah.
Having true sights here in the last match. 35,000 damage on the Scoriox.
Wow.
Only 13,000 damage on the Forus. Means there was just a big difference in tankiness as well for the front line here. And also in heals received. We have like maybe 15,000 damage healed. So that also makes a big difference.
Yeah, and
it's gonna be very unlikely. It's a best of 2 scenario, so You want to be in the top spots for both of those games, and usually one loss will take you out, but we'll see about that later when we check out the leaderboard.
Look at that beautiful bear that he has in the back line with the Harbinger imprint. Lemko.
Yes, that is Lemko. What is he playing? 5 Bulwarks, Scion, Harbinger. He wants to get that.
Yeah, 5 Bulwark, Scion, 2 Harbinger, 5 2 fighters.
Oof, but look at that damage from that Slashin. Slashin versus Shoto.
Wow.
Slashin wins and has so much lifesteal. Look at that.
Oh my god, not only did they win, that wasn't even close.
Oof.
That is bouncing back and forth. It doesn't know who to target at this point. But it's not going to be
23,000
enough.
damage from the Cardulux. Are you kidding
It tried
me?
so hard.
Wow.
It tried so hard.
And it was not enough. The Forest here being in perfect position to consistently shoot its ability into the backline. Its piercing arrow.
All
Crazy.
that reflection plus thorns plus the Omega of the Cardulux, that's more thorns. That was just crazy to watch, but you could also see the Fox giving that jack end to his Forus, so he's just right behind that Gnarl and just dealing damage without being touched.
Extra attack range for the Forest. Yeah, that's
It's not
genius.
that crazy attack range.
And he has Omnivamp, Lightning Speed, and Combat Rhythm, so definitely very good augments for the Rogues right here. We got a Vermilia, we got a Rake fully augmentized, so this is the main carry that we see. All right, everybody, hello. We are back with the final results, and it is indeed as we saw it earlier right here. And we're just gonna go quickly over it, and then we will let you leave and see you back tomorrow for the grand finals. So it is indeed Narkesh first. Narkesh, Lynx, Siren, Slicks, Gusera, Fox Spirit, Zico Perico, Moo in the finals. I'm a Fishy didn't make the tiebreaker because of last game's performance. That's how it was stated in the rules. And that's it. That's all, everybody.
Yep, at the end of the day, of course, got to go off of what is actually in the rule documentation. So unfortunate there for I'm a Fishy, but that does not take away how fantastic of a run they had here today. And hopefully look forward to more, not just for them, but from everybody who competed and has already been eliminated. But of course, that is not even the end of our exciting weekend worth of Illuvium here at this Illuvium Pro League. IPL 500, again, will be here tomorrow, but a little earlier, it sounds like.
Yes, 2 p.m. UTC is when the stream kicks off. See you, everybody, tomorrow. We're going to have guests. We're going to have the finals with the best players in the world. It's going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to commentating it again with you, Salen. Until then, have a good evening. Have a good day. See you tomorrow. Going against Alner. People that stand in the way of you and the trophy. So yeah, you cannot take too much care about that. Interesting build here from the enemy. A lot of Scions.
This is where things get problematic though for the Carrions. If they were to have gotten bursted by the Scions, but it looks like all of the damage has been put elsewhere, as we are going to see the Scions slowly but surely get picked off here. This Carrion is just going to have a field day. This Ranger.
It
Oh my goodness, I have
gives me
never.
flashbacks. Yeah, plus opening up another spot on the board because he's playing 2 of them right now.
Good positioning up to start here from Bob Spirit. That Crunk right in the background to catch both of those very, very dangerous rogues. Right has been dealt with, but at the same time, so has Fox Spirit's front line. And there goes the back line. We were just talking about the Ranger. Some big damage coming up. Now Rampite kind of gets that value Omega they were looking for. And again, I thought Fox Spirit was going to end up losing this.
Yeah,
They turned it around. 'Cause
what
guess who?
even
That
happened?
Forest.
That forward.
That Forest, it was again casting its ability through the target to the backline, killing some units on the side.
The Ranger's ability to, because that thing, if I recall correctly, shoots at 3 to
Nowhere, and it seems like the Magma might be enough to pull through. I can't tell. Scoriox all on its own now.
the bird.
Bird, the snake. Oh my
just
god.
Oh my goodness. Oh
That
my
was
goodness. That was
close.
closer than I thought it was gonna be.
The Augment made a big
that-
difference.
Oh yeah.
Having true sights here in the last match. 35,000 damage on the Scoriox.
Wow.
Only 13,000 damage on the Forus. Means there was just a big difference in tankiness as well for the front line here. And also in heals received. We have like maybe 15,000 damage healed. So that also makes a big difference.
Yeah, and he's
It's gonna be very unlikely. It's a best of 2 scenarios, so you want to be in the top spots for both of those games, and usually one loss will take you out, but we'll see about that later when we check out the leaderboard.
look at that beautiful bear that he has in the back line with the Harbinger imprint. Lemko.
Yes,
Alright.
that is Lemko. What is he playing? 5 Bulwarks, Scion, Harbinger. He wants to get that.
Yeah, 5 Bulwark, Scion, 2 Harbinger, 5 2 Fighter.
Oof, but look at that damage from that
14.
Slashin. Slashin versus Shotun.
Wow.
Slashin wins and has so much lifesteal. Look at that.
Oh my god, not only did they win, that wasn't even close.
No,
That is bouncing back and forth. It doesn't know who to target at this point. But it's not going to be
23,000
enough.
damage from the Cardulux. Are you
It
kidding
tried
me?
so hard.
Wow.
It tried so hard.
And it was not enough. The Forest here being in perfect position to consistently shoot its ability into the backline. Its piercing arrow.
all
Crazy.
that reflection plus thorns plus the Omega of the Cardulux, that's more thorns. That was just crazy to watch, but you could also see the Fox giving that jag end to the to his Forus, so he's just right behind that Gnarl and just dealing damage without being touched.
Extra attack range for the Forest. Yeah,
He's
that's
got
genius.
that crazy attack range.
And he has Omnivamp, Lightning Speed, and Combat Rhythm, so definitely very good augments for the Rogues right here. We got a Vermilia, we got a Rake fully augmentized, so this is the main carry that we see. Also, we got Inferno here with Vermilia, so really good team from Patch Tourist.
Yeah, in theory, it could go very quickly dealing with all of these rogues, and so far it's been looking rather healthy for the green side, for Nariba in this instant, but now it's just a matter of dealing with the tankier ones. That Rake's still there, and it does have the untargetable. That could do something silly if it's not careful, trying to deal with the Mammoth, but it is going to fall, and we are going to see an elimination.
We
But he's
are,
going to
and
hang on for a little bit more.
Patch Tourist knocked out Nariba, able to hang on. Anubis now down in last spot with 4 HP.
Uh-oh.
Before we have our final 8 for the grand finals tomorrow, and we're watching Anubis right here with his Samurai Slashing Penguin right here.
The fact that it was so deadly and it still has a slot for another augment is kind of just ridiculous to think about. We're going to see them dive on through here. Slash is going to immediately start trying to take out the Geyser, get rid of the healing on the side of Winnie. But by doing so, it is leaving a lot of Alluvials essentially left alone. Rampfight takes to the skies, but I don't really think it really took anybody down. It's very, very close to falling itself. Winnie has been able to tank this. And there is the deer. I didn't even see it in the center there. It's just Pepper and doing a bunch of damage, but it's also probably one of the better healers in the game, keeping the team sustained, everybody holding the line, and that is going to be the end of Anubis here for this first round anyway. double ramp fight on the field here for Fancy Pants.
This is going to be
This
an
is what I
interesting
want to
match.
see. I want to see the Fancy Pants against these crazy 4 invokers.
I feel like this is going to end quickly. For who, I have no idea. This will be absolutely interesting to see.
Well, Invoker needs a little bit of time, and we don't have any damage augments on the ramp fights. They have immune augment and something else. Double immune augment. Here comes the first cast. Takes down the Gaze. Second cast. Takes down nothing. And now the Invokers need one more cast to finish it off. And there it is. Oh my god.
I mean, still
didn't get a reset.
One more shot.
Close.
There it is. Oh my god. Now the Invokers are out. I'm so sad.
No. Perfect kind of setup that you would want here. And it's nice and protected. You've got the deer ahead of it there, the Adora trying to keep it and everybody else alive. It's all huddled in. However, there is a Rampy. It's not evolved, but I'm still threatening.
Yes, it has a little bit of Omega power. 30 plus, so not that bad. And there is a big slashing as well. And we have some AoE damage from the Verminio. Interesting position here, putting the Rampy on the outside. Let's see where it goes. So it's just gonna hit like 1 or 2 units. But it seems like... I don't know. They're burning away pretty fast. No chance here for Siren.
Yeah, the burst damage is just too much. And one of the alluvials that oftentimes, at least personally, I slept on the thing for so long. I mean, I get it though. If you do happen to get that polar bear, you're going to want to level that thing up. And you're not going to be at least likely to find any of them at these low levels, right? In theory?
Yes, I mean... He made it happen. 2 fighter, a bulwark, 2 Scion. A lot of damage here on the side of Lemko. With, as always, the Lynxes are leading the charge. We got even 2 Lynxes here from Slicks. And it's gonna be enough. Slicks also leveled up to 5 because they're both still sitting on 130 HP. They want to make this lose streak last, this win streak last. And it's gonna get down to the wire. Flish versus Flish right here, ladies and gentlemen. Hands off. That's cinema. One more laser. Oh my god, Lemko takes it.
That was a flip coin right there. That was a flip coin right there. Oh.
Nareba to not focus the right unit and finish off that monkey. And yeah, in the end, Nareba takes a big hit and now he's down to 57 health. At which point he has to start looking into stabilizing because you don't want to go much lower, I think. You don't want to risk it all and go too much down in your health pool.
I was going to say, at what health do you start panicking? For me, it's 50.
50, I'm starting to think, all right, it's time to slowly think of a solution. But yeah, I think panic is when you lose like 1-2 more games after 50, you're like, all right, now it's really time. Now let's get out of here. And it's going to be a tough one right here versus the Rogues. Let's see if he can make it.
Yeah, Rogue's going up against a couple bulwarks here, and the Scions. Wolverine dives in immediately.
Take this Umber down with the Aegis imprint. 4 Aegis on the side of Slicks, I would assume. Here comes the Ramp Fight cast, doing a whole lot of damage. It's gonna be enough.
It may not have necessarily... Yeah, exactly. May not have necessarily been a one-shot by any means, but again, the follow-up Chopper 2, especially from the Penguin, got it. The job done.
That was crazy. We got damage-wise. Both Rangers leading the charge with Steam Aegis and Dust Revenant. And then we have a Singe higher than the Umber, which is kind of sad to see, considering you have Steam activated. So something went wrong here.
Also, real quick, 07s to Alner, our first elimination here in this.
Because he's gonna hold us hostage for a while.
He is holding it, yeah, he's holding it. I know, I see the Fox getting some strong nature comp.
Yeah.
Maybe he can hold off all that air. So
he
hit the Gnarl, and if he can root that Octus long enough, maybe something could happen.
Yep, we're gonna see it here in a second, but it's gonna be a tough one. The problem is this Octios is just one-shotting core units of the enemy team most of the time. But it's looking very good, actually. Backline almost going down for Nareba here. Gets a huge root into the Octios, didn't cast at all. And that's it. Fox Spirit takes him down.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Does he have it? No, he doesn't have it yet. The drone augment with stacking attack damage and Omnivamp. that would be on top of that.
That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, we're looking good here for Fancy Pants.
I do. He's a crazy strong opponent. Every time I find him in rank, he always trashes me.
Oh, look at this though.
Trash me, but
Yeah, up in the very, very top, we see that completely evolved Stage 3 Firelings. It's holding the line versus 2 of the Rogues, but the rest of them kind of diving in on the bunker on the other side. The TNT is completely loaded up with items. Pop Shot coming on through in here in just a second, but it's not able to take anybody. Can they get the damage reduction in time? They're going to be able to do so. It doesn't matter if you're blinded, if you're getting shot by a missile, but it is going to barely go down.
yeah, double bear. Quietly, he's just getting that bear in the back.
Going against Alnert, though, who also has a bear already. Going against his Gildy, which once you are in the tournament, there is no friends anymore. There's only enemies. Only people that stand in the way of you and the trophy. So, yeah, you cannot take too much care about that. Interesting build here from the enemy. A lot of Scions.
I was gonna say, this is where things get problematic though for the Periox if they were to have gotten bursted by the Scions, but it looks like all of the damage has been put elsewhere, as we are going to see the rest of these Scions slowly but surely get picked off here. This Periox is just gonna have a field day. Just a matter of dealing with the Ranger, and there it goes.
Good night. All right.
Good night. Look at that full health in the end too. He's just
Could do enough damage, but it might not be enough. There might be 2 more rounds. Let's see how long the Titan lives.
It's holding them in the corner as best as possible. Monarch gonna fly across and not really hit too many members, I feel like, of the red side. So this red side here for Slicks is hanging on much better compared to the last round. Here comes the ramp fire up to the skies, but again, we've seen this before, but granted it's already triggered into its untargetable. Do they have the CC to deal with it? This time they do, and exactly enough to deal with it. Fancy Pants wins the lobby.
Down to 0 HP, dealing exactly the damage he needed, and the nightmare is over for Fancy Pants. He didn't want to see that happen again with the Umber. GG's.
to worry about everything at the same time, augments, positioning, and rolling illuvials and getting your team built. And I'm usually giving out the positioning in the end. That's what kills me. But look at these players, they just know how to do all of that and manage their time.
Absolutely. It's so easy to get overwhelmed and then misposition or just not trust your instincts. We are having in this battle here, we have a little bit of a battle between 2 dueling Perioxes, and it's the back line versus the front line plus Periox. The Periox on the side of Zyrain, though, is going to be targeted. Now they're both dueling each other. How did it win that?
Did you see the speed? Oh my god, did you see the speed it went? That was bananas.
It just kicked in its overdrive. Bunker composition like we see here with Fox Spirit. I mean, this Monarch's going to dive in towards that TNT in the back, and if you're not careful, it's just going to get surrounded and popped. But at the same time, who doesn't mind being surrounded by a bunch of people? The ramp fight. So get that lined up properly.
There it is.
And you could be golden, but there is plenty of room for error as we get into this one.
Last second swap, ramp fire over here. So keep your eye out for this area right here. Ramp fight is gonna lay down a lot of damage right now. Look at the health bars. And half of the enemy team is dead, which will likely be enough for Nareba to beat Fox Spirit right here.
Oh, and that's one of the crazy things just about the ramp fight in general, right? Because in all honesty, you just need one ability to go off. You don't need to have any sort of consistency with it, but you...
Yep, we have like 5 auto hits. Here he comes with 200 Omega power.
And he's airborne. Ooh.
Nothing died, not even the Arcos.
Wow.
But just that raw damage of auto hits from all of his units, like nothing stands a chance. And he's so tanky still. Like, it's not only damage, like his units are tanking as well.
Wait.
Umber.
The little Umber that could? Oh, the charm, no.
Whoa, whoa, the little Umber that could.
Whoa.
What?
No, it's done.
He's
oh my god.
No.
Oh my god. No.
What is going on?
It's so
No. Oh.
Oh my goodness, I have
gives
never.
me flashbacks. Yeah, plus opening up another spot on the board, because he's playing 2 of them right now.
In good positioning off the start here from Fox Spirit, that Crunk right in the background to catch both of those very, very dangerous rogues. The ramp fight has been dealt with, but at the same time, so has Fox Spirit's front line, and there goes the back line. We were just talking about the Ranger, some big damage coming up. Now the ramp fight kind of gets that value Omega they were looking for, and again, I thought Fox Spirit was going to end up losing this.
Yeah,
turn it around, because guess who?
That
Forest.
That Forest.
It was again casting its ability through the target to the backline, killing some units on the side.
The Ranger's ability too, because that thing, if I recall correctly, shoots at 3
nowhere, and it seems like the Magma might be enough to pull through. I can't tell. Scoriox all on its own now.
The bird!
The snake! Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Oh
that
my
was
goodness. That was
close.
closer than I thought it was gonna be.
The Augment made a big difference.
Oh yeah.
Having true sights here in the last match. 35,000 damage on the Scoriox.
Wow.
Only 13,000 damage on the Forus. Means there was just a big difference in tankiness as well for the front line here. And also in heals received. We have like maybe 15,000 damage healed. So that also makes a big difference.
Yeah, and
it's gonna be very unlikely. It's a best of 2 scenario, so you want to be in the top spots for both of those games, and usually one loss will take you out, but we'll see about that later when we check out the leaderboard.
Look at that beautiful bear that he has in the back line with the Harbinger imprint. Lemko.
Yes.
Lemko, right?
That is Lemko. What is he playing? 5 Bulwarks, Scion, Harbinger. He wants to get that.
Yeah, 5 Bulwark, Scion, 2 Harbinger, 5 2 Fighters.
Oof, but look at that damage from that Slashin. Slashin versus Shoto.
Wow.
Slashin wins and has so much lifesteal. Look at that.
Oh my god, not only did they win, that wasn't even close. That is bouncing back and forth. It doesn't know who to target at this point.
23,000 damage from the Cardulux. Are you kidding me?
It tried so hard.
Wow.
It tried so hard.
And it was not enough. The Forest here being in perfect position to consistently shoot its ability into the backline. Its piercing arrow.
All
Crazy.
that reflection plus thorns plus the Omega of the Cardulux. That's more thorns. That was just crazy to watch, but you could also see the Fox giving that jack end to his Forus. So he's just right behind that Gnarl and just dealing damage without being touched.
Extra attack range for the Forest. Yeah, that's
not
genius.
that crazy attack range.
And he has Omnivamp, Lightning Speed, and Combat Rhythm. So definitely very good augments for the Rogues right here. We got a Vermilia. We got a Rake fully augmentized. So this is the main carry that we see. Also, we got Inferno here with Vermilia. So really good team from Patch Tourist.
Yeah, in theory, it could go very quickly dealing with all of these rogues, and so far it's been looking rather healthy for the green side, for Nariba in this instant, but now it's just a matter of dealing with the tankier ones. That Rake's still there, and it does have the untargetable. That could do something silly if it's not careful, trying to deal with the Mammoth, but it is going to fall, and we are going to see an elimination.
We are, and
hang on for a little bit more.
Patch Tourist knocked out Nariba, able to hang on. Anubis now down in last spot with 4 HP. Before we have our final 8 for the grand finals tomorrow, and we're watching Anubis right here with his Samurai Slashing Penguin right here.
The fact that it was so deadly and it still has a slot for another augment is kind of just ridiculous to think about. We're going to see them dive on through here. Slash is going to immediately start trying to take out the geyser, get rid of the healing on the side of Winnie. But by doing so, it is leaving a lot of Illuvials essentially left alone. Ramp fight takes to the skies, but I don't really think it really took anybody down. It's very, very close to falling itself. Winnie has been able to tank this, and there is the deer. I didn't even see it in the center there. It's just Pepper and doing a bunch of damage, but it's also probably one of the better healers in the game, keeping the team sustained, everybody holding the line, and that is going to be the end of Anubis here for this first round anyway. Double ramp fight on the field here for Fancy Pants.
This is going to be
This is what I want to
match.
see. I want to see the Fancy Pants against this Crazy 4 Invokers.
I feel like this is going to end quickly. For who, I have no idea. This will be absolutely interesting to see.
Well, Invoker needs a little bit of time, and we don't have any damage augments on the ramp fights. They have immune augment and something else. The double immune augment. Here comes the first cast. Takes down the Gaze. Second cast. Takes down nothing, and now the Invokers need one more cast to finish it off, and there it is. Oh my god.
I mean, still
didn't get a reset.
One more shot.
Close.
There it is. Oh my god. Now the Invokers are out. I'm so sad.
The perfect kind of setup that you would want here. And it's nice and protected. You've got the deer ahead of it there, the Adora trying to keep it and everybody else alive. It's all huddled in. However, there is a Ramfy. It's not evolved, but I'm still threatening.
Yes, it has a little bit of Omega power. 30 plus, so not that bad. And there is a big slash in as well. And we have some AoE damage from the Verminio. Interesting position here, putting the Ramfy on the outside. Let's see where it goes. So it's just gonna hit like 1 or 2 units. But it seems like... I don't know. They're burning away pretty fast. No chance here for Siren.
Yeah, the burst damage is just too much, and one of the alluvials that oftentimes, at least personally, I slept on the thing for so long. I mean, I get it though. If you do happen to get that polar bear, you're going to want to level that thing up, and you're not going to be at least likely to find any of them at these low levels, right? In theory?
Yes, I mean, he made it happen. 2 fighter, a bulwark, 2 Scion, a lot of damage here on the side of Lemko, with, as always, the Lynxes are leading the charge. We got even 2 Lynxes here from Slicks, and it's gonna be enough. Slicks also leveled up to 5 because they're both still sitting on 130 HP. They want to make this lose streak last, this win streak last. And it's gonna get down to the wire. Flish versus Flish right here, ladies and gentlemen. Hands off. That's cinema. One more laser. Oh my god, Lemko takes it.
That was a flip coin right there. That was a flip coin right there. Oh.
Nareba to not focus the right unit and finish off that monkey. And yeah, in the end, Nareba takes a big hit, and now he's down to 57 health, at which point he has to start looking into stabilizing, because you don't want to go much lower, I think. You don't want to risk it all and go too much down in your health.
I was going to say, at what health do you start panicking? For me, it's 50.
50, I'm starting to think, all right, it's time to slowly think of a solution. But yeah, I think panic is when you lose like 1-2 more games after 50, you're like, all right, now it's really time. Now let's get out of here. And it's going to be a tough one right here versus the Rogues. Let's see if he can make it.
Yeah, Rogue's going up against a couple bulwarks here, and the Scions. Wolverine dives in immediately.
Take this Umber down with the Aegis imprint. 4 Aegis on the side of Slicks, I would assume. Here comes the Ramfight cast, doing a whole lot of damage. It's going to be enough.
It may not have necessarily... Yeah, exactly. May not have necessarily been a one-shot by any means, but again, the follow-up chopper 2, especially from the Penguin, got it. The job done.
That was crazy. We got damage-wise. Both Rangers leading the charge with Steam Aegis and Dust Revenant. And then we have a Singe higher than the Umber, which is kind of sad to see, considering you have Steam activated. So something went wrong here.
Also real quick, 07s to Alner, our first elimination here in this.
Because he's gonna hold us hostage for a while.
He is holding it, yeah, he's holding it. I know, I see the Fox getting some strong nature comp.
Yeah.
Maybe he can hold off all that air. So
he
hit the Gnarl, and if he can root that Octius long enough, maybe something could happen.
Yep, we're gonna see it here in a second, but it's gonna be a tough one. The problem is this Octius is just one-shotting core units of the enemy team most of the time. But it's looking very good, actually. Backline almost going down for Nareba here. Gets a huge root into the Octius, didn't cast at all. And that's it. Fox Spirit takes him down.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Does he have it? No, he doesn't have it yet. The drone augment with the stacking attack damage and Omnivamp. That would be on top of that.
It would be ridiculous.
Yeah, we're looking good here for Fancy Pants.
I do. He's a crazy strong opponent. Every time I find him in rank, he always trashes me.
Oh, look at this though.
Trash me, but
Yeah, up in the very, very top, we see that completely evolved stage 3 Firelings. It's holding the line versus 2 of the rogues, but the rest of them kind of diving in on the bunker on the other side. The TNT is completely loaded up with items. Pop shot coming on through here in just a second, but it's not able to take anybody. Can they get the damage reduction in time? They're going to be able to do so. It doesn't matter if you're blinded, if you get shot by a missile, but it is going to barely go down.
yeah, double bear. Quietly, he's just getting that bear in the back.
Going against Alnert, though, who also has a bear already. Going against his guildie, which once you are in the tournament, there is no friends anymore. There's only enemies. Only people that stand in the way of you and the trophy. So, yeah, you cannot take too much care about that. Interesting build here from the enemy. A lot of Scions.
I was gonna say, this is where things get problematic, though, for the Periox. If they were to have gotten bursted by the Scions, but it looks like all of the damage has been put elsewhere, as we are going to see the rest of these Scions slowly but surely get picked off here. This Periox is just gonna have a field day. Just a matter of dealing with the Ranger, and there it goes.
Good night. All right.
Good night. Look at that full health in the end, too. He's just...
Could do enough damage, but it might not be enough. There might be 2 more rounds. Let's see how long the Titan lives.
It's holding them in the corner as best as possible. Monarch gonna fly across and